Hey, what's up, Inferno? What's up, guys? Just getting a couple other things set up really quick. Go over kind of talking about our basically, are prostitutes more worth it than dating the modern woman? All right. Yeah. So yeah, I want to talk about like prostitution in a sense. Is it better than dating a modern woman? Is it? I actually think it's in some ways more ethical. People are more honest with each other, and they it's just at this point it's become more honest with each other. You know what I mean? What would you rather do? Wait 3 weeks, take a girl every Friday night until the fourth time, maybe something happens or something. It's just like, and who knows if she even likes you, what she's going to do, on her Thursday night and stuff. So let's check this out.
Welcome to Understanding the World. Today, we're diving into the surprising and complex story of what's often called the world's oldest profession, prostitution. Prostitution has deep roots stretching back thousands of years, long before the societies we know today. But this isn't just a story about a profession, it's about power, economy, morality, and survival.
But it's also about what? Return on energy, return on your investment, the value you get. So, you know, I've never got a prostitute before, but I see why people do it. It saves time, and you actually end up more respecting yourself. Maybe not more, but you are more respected by the woman.
Whether seen as tolerated or revered, prostitution has always been part of the human story. And the history might surprise
and it always will be a part of the human story.
You. Our journey begins in the cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia. Around 4,000 years ago, prostitution was not just accepted, it was even sacred. In ancient Sumer, certain women called sacred prostitutes participated in religious rituals honoring Inanna, the goddess of love and fertility. These acts were believed to bring humans closer to the divine. In those days, prostitution wasn't hidden or stigmatized, it was self.
And again, we actually need to go back to this. Just women are being more of hoes, just pretending that they're not. Just take ownership, be a 304, get paid for it, you pay them for it. You know, we need to have some more of this. I feel like it's just more honesty.
Celebrated. In ancient Egypt, prostitution took many forms. Some courtesans were respected figures connected to temples, while others worked in the streets, which was tolerated but seen as less prestigious. Then in ancient Greece, prostitution...
All through time, they've had, the streetwalkers, and then the ones that are more the escorts or the higher end, classier 304s.
Prostitution became highly organized. Wealthy men often sought out hetairai, educated women who offered both companionship and intellectual conversation. These women had social influence and freedom that other Greek women could only imagine. But not all prostitutes enjoyed this status. Those in brothels, known as pornai, faced a much different life. Even here, there was a hierarchy. The Romans took a very pragmatic approach. Prostitution in Rome was legal, taxed, and openly part of society. Brothels...
That's another thing. Tax the shit. We are getting a tax on our shit when we go out with them all the time.
or lupinaria were found throughout the empire, and sex work was a visible aspect of daily life. Some emperors, like Caligula, even attempted to profit by establishing state-run brothels. Sex work spanned all social classes, from slaves to free people. Yet, Roman law required prostitutes to register and branded them with a lower status. Even so, prostitution was widely accepted as part of Roman culture. With the rise of Christianity in Europe, prostitution took on a darker reputation. By the Middle Ages, the Church condemned it morally, yet paradoxically tolerated it as a necessary evil. Many cities regulated brothels and required prostitutes to dress in specific clothing to set them apart. Surprisingly, some brothels were even located near churches, showing a reluctant acceptance within society. Figures like St. Augustine argued that without prostitution, unchecked
What's up, guys? Thanks for coming to check this out.
Society. This uneasy acceptance
if you're new to here, give me a subscribe.
In the 19th century, the West took a hard line against prostitution. As moral movements grew, many countries banned or severely restricted.
And let's look at some of the motivating factors of why they do not want prostitution legalized in most places. Why is that? Why? Because no one's going to get married. And if you don't get married, you can't have, all the divorces that go after it and everything. And you can't, have all the litigation that goes along with it. You don't have the pay for the wedding, the baby showers, all this other stuff that generally goes along with it. There's many industries. What's up, C. Grippin, guys? I'll put the StreamYard link again. Anyone who wants to join in, please feel free. There's so many other industries and whatnot connected with it that benefit from and also too, if they just make prostitution legal, it shows women for what they really are.
Restricted it, but other places like the Netherlands chose regulation instead. By the early 2000s, prostitution was legalized and monitored there, allowing health checks and protections for workers. Today, attitudes vary wildly. Some places criminalize it, forcing it into the shadows, while others have embraced legalization to protect workers. Prostitution remains a topic of heated debate.
And it's I don't know how women really quite look at it.
The story of prostitution is as old as humanity itself. From sacred rituals to underground economies, from acceptance to stigma, through it all, prostitution reflects our shifting views on morality, power, and human relationships. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history's most controversial profession. If you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to subscribe to
Oops, sorry.
Hello, we are Sin City
So we're going to look at streetwalkers here.
Stories, and who are we here with?
Desire.
Very nice to meet you, Desire. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right.
Desire. If you could go on a vacation tomorrow, would it be beautiful beaches or somewhere, a cabin in
It would be Dubai. Oh!
the woods?
Beautiful beaches.
Beautiful beaches, that's cool. When's the last time you've been to a beach?
Like my 16th birthday.
That clan's got a whole bunch of juice in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cool. All right. What music do you listen to before you get out here for work?
Rap.
Some stomp down music.
Oh, God.
I listen to Moolah PT, and then Young X. I listen to Siete Gang.
Cool. That's cool for sure. Shout out to all of them. Where are you from?
I'm from Las Vegas, born and raised.
Hey, represent. Any specific side at all?
Shit everywhere. The east, the north,
Yeah.
shit the west.
Yeah, that's where we was on when we first moved here, the east side, over there by like
over
Nelson
there.
Twain. Yeah.
What's the wildest side, the most ratchet side of Vegas, would you say? All over or anywhere, west, north, east, south specific?
All over.
Okay. So anybody from Vegas? All y'all from Vegas?
Watch out everywhere.
No, for real. The north be cracking with the police. It's just all type of shit.
What's the craziest thing you've seen in Vegas?
Shit. My stole a stolo and had the police chased him.
Oh wow.
Did he get caught? Or?
No, he did not.
Hey.
Yeah, he got on. Yeah.
Shout out to got it better there.
Yeah.
How long have you been in the lifestyle?
For almost 3 years.
Okay.
I started in like 2022.
And I want you guys to realize, even if they're not a paid professional 304, the amount of damage in 304 and that can be done in even just 2 years. These women can go get a guy, like one guy a week. So that's 52 weeks a year. You're talking about 3 years, 100, like, you know, if they're going on a new date each week, just trying to find the one. Like, remember that movie 50 First Dates? That's 50 first fillings. Like, it's going to be, it's going to be bad. So it's like, I almost like this idea of they just pay and call themselves a 304, because then you actually know. You just know that they're a 304. Instead, now the girls just try to get dinner. They try to get, you know, freaking go on boats and stuff like that. And they're giving it up with that. So that we're basically already doing the same thing. But in this, I actually view this way as like kind of more respectful. It's more honest for the man and the woman and kind of everyone involved.
Too, but it was ins and out, you know, but you know, I'm still down and around.
How old were you when you first got in the lifestyle?
I was 19 and I'm 21 now.
All right. Well,
Wow. I thought she was like 31 years old. It's been rough for her.
what's your first experience like? Do you remember?
Of course, yeah. It was my first day and I was in AZ. It was crazy as fuck. I didn't know what I was doing. You know, it's either swim or get drowned. And shit, I was swimming. The fuck?
Did you start off as a renegade?
No, my ex-folks. Yeah, that's my turnout.
Yeah. All right, this is like a debate going on online. Renegades versus women under management. What's your stance on that?
Does a 304 need a 16?
No, she don't, but you know, it's always good to have one if he's doing what he's supposed to do.
And what is that?
As take care of
Whoop that trick. That's what he's supposed to do.
you if you risking your life for him. As like just shit, you there for him, be there for make sure he be there for you. Like what?
So what do you look for when it comes to management?
As far
This
as
is their
qualities
origin
go.
story.
As like he take care of himself, he value loyalty, and shit. Just do what he need to.
Yeah.
Which means whoop her ass.
Feel you?
I'm sorry, y'all.
Are you forced in this lifestyle, or is this at your own free will?
Please, this is her own free will. She just doesn't want. Again, this is why I'm saying we should just label it, just saying like, yeah, I am being a 304. This is, I don't want to work at McDonald's or the ice cream shop or whatever she was going to do. So, you know, just own it. I think we need to actually start. If we start owning, if they start to how, in other words, it's like this too. Like, how are you going to shame somebody who owns what they are? The only reason they're having, well, they don't really have much shame, but the only reason we have stigma attached to it now is because they're being a 304, but more in secret, and they're cheating and all that. This is not cheating and stuff like that.
I won't say forced, but I would say like when I first got down, I felt like this lifestyle wasn't for me, but I had to see through shit.
What do you mean?
I mean, as like shit, go through shit, go through battles, shit, have good dates, bad dates.
What's a bad date look like?
You can see it coming.
Oh yeah.
You can see it coming. You can feel it. Yeah, just go with your first mind, your first instinct.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about an experience with a bad date?
Of course, yeah. They be drunk, all type of shit, and I'm young, so they be like, oh, I want this, do that. No, that's not what you asked for. Like, what you paying for, that's what you get. It's my time.
Has anybody ever got like aggressive
all the time. Yes, like that's why I don't date black dudes.
What's the black guys that try to get aggressive with you?
Very, yeah. They only date like older black dudes, and they gotta be like, hey.
Okay. Yeah. So, have you ever had to get into a physical altercation, fight any of them off?
Yes. This how I got this right here.
What happened?
Yeah.
You know, just a crazy day. Shit, he was drunk as fuck, and I was in Cali. Shit was different than like any other state or city.
Yeah. Do you use weapons or protection, pepper sprays, any of that?
Yes, I carry a knife and pepper spray. I always be on alert. Stay ready so you don't got to get ready, you know?
Yeah, you definitely do. You might have to get
These are tips, guys.
violent with one of these guys.
Of course, yeah. You don't trust nobody. Don't trust nobody. This is the game.
Yeah, knife, mace.
Yeah.
If you need,
That's a clip. Make sure like it's the right mace. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like get the pepper gel kind.
Definitely, like to protect yourself, you know? Shit, especially if you got kids and shit. Yeah, you got to make it back home. Get back home.
Do you have any children? If you don't
Of
mind?
course, yes, I have.
Whoa, Cor! Oh my God, I didn't think she was a mom. Wow, and I think she said kids, plural.
One.
That's cool. That's old. How old?
He only 3.
3.
Yeah.
Are you ever afraid of this lifestyle because of the dangers? You know?
So she's 21 now, and the kid is 3. So that means that she was banging and clanging at 17, 18, got knocked up. That's when she hit the streets, when she had to start providing for her bastard kid. And we know it's Nug Nug's kid. We don't even need to look into it. I doubt it was, some trucker passing through. That's what I'm saying. She did this when she needed to have more money to provide because the man wasn't around. It's probably the one who hit her, and she'll go back.
As far as being involved in your kid's life, do you ever feel that it could deter that?
Of course, yes. This is a dangerous lifestyle. You really have to just have a good mindset, stay connected to the man above,
Stay connected to God.
just stay on your P's and Q's.
Yes. Amen. Connected to the man
What about your LGBTs, though?
above. God is the greatest.
So you believe in God.
Of course, God is
Spiritual.
first. Yes, everything. 333 angel numbers. I believe he send me signs every day. I just trust him.
33304.
Like,
What's your angel number?
I don't know how to explain it.
So are you in the church? Or?
Of course, yeah.
Oh, man. Wow.
Yes. I just gotta be connected to God for like the things of what I do. So, I never.
You know what they do with the church with her? They passed her around. Oh.
know when that day gonna come, but I still want to be connected to him.
Yes. That's important. Everybody in life, no matter what path, they should be striving to be closer with God. That's what life's purpose is.
Of course.
Yeah. I just believe anybody can have that connection with God, no matter where you at in life.
Equilibrium, you're probably right. She puts them in this. This is why this is another reason why women always want a 2-bedroom apartment, so they can put their bastard kid in the other room and be a freak in the other one. I might be able to save her. She's only 21.
But for the people out there who thinks your lifestyle
I
might
don't know if she's a big enough B-dub for me, though.
conflict
She'll
with
get bigger, though.
living for God, what would you say to that?
I will say just repent your sins, just forgive yourself if you made a mistake and just keep pushing no matter what trying to stop you, just keep
Yep, she got to keep pushing. Just put her back into it. Put her
pushing.
back into it.
Yeah. Yeah, because, everybody, nobody's perfect. As long as you keep pushing and striving to be a better version of yourself, that's all that matters.
Of course, you have to learn from your mistakes and just move on.
So what's your purpose? What's your why? What makes you get up every day?
God, I wake up, he wake me up. My baby, my family.
Oh my God.
That's beautiful.
Every
She started crying a little bit when she said family.
day.
That's good. So, any advice or guidance or wisdom for any ladies out there in this lifestyle?
Yes, I would say be confident in yourself. Always just stay true to yourself, no matter what, or nobody trying to make you do or anything. Just keep pushing. Like, don't ever give up.
Hey man, I have a question for you.
Of course.
Obviously. All right. So the question is, if God was willing to give you one blessing, no matter what it is, anything's possible, what would you ask for and why?
To be honest, God, they gave me everything I prayed for. So, like him, like
Anything, like $1 billion to, anything.
I already got a business. I already got everything I need. So I'll just say,
You have an abundance.
just prosper in life, be successful.
What does success look like to you?
Being at the top and, just striving.
Mm-hmm. That's good. What was your
She wants to be a hoe.
upbringing like?
It was kind of hard, but people grow and get through things, and then things change. So, it got better.
She's an entrepreneur.
2-parent household.
No one. I always lived with my mom. My dad was always locked up,
Well.
So it
And so is your kid's dad as well.
wasn't hard. My mom was my mom and dad, so.
Yeah. Hey, guess what, guys? Her dad really puts the hard R in father. Oh!
That's how it was.
Yeah. Do you think you needed your dad?
Yeah, I would say yes, because, everyone always want that dad figure. So, yes, I would say that. But, as time as time grow, I feel like me and my dad still connect.
That's good.
That's beautiful. Yeah, a father's love.
Connect through that collect call. The penitentiary system is calling. Would you like to take this collect call? That's how she talks to him.
Love is eternal. It lasts forever,
Of course, yeah, he created you, so you gotta have that love. And if people don't have that father figure, it's still a man out there to be that,
What do you mean?
As stepdads,
The Most High.
Stepped on dads.
of course, yes. Random people.
What's more valuable to you, true love or money?
True love.
Why is that?
Because even though you have money, money can't buy happiness or love.
That's true. How do you deal with bad days?
I pray. Even say I get a flat tire, or say I'm just not getting through the day, I just pray. I just keep going. No matter what, I go to church. I just try to get up, put my mind on better things.
Yeah. Yes. That's good. You go to church?
Yes, I do.
You got any scriptures in mind that you like?
God will never leave me or forsaken me.
Hey, I know that's right. Okay.
Which she has to tell herself that.
So, before we wrap it up, give them your Cash App and give them your Instagram.
Okay, my Instagram is DENA_CHOSEN.
She's a chosen one, guys. She's a prophet. She's So I've been seeing this a lot. They say, I'm a chosen one. You're a chosen one. Good things are coming to you. All those people, you're one of the chosen ones. All those people who are hating on you, they're about to see you rise up. You're going to become like a celebrity. You're killing it. There's so much of this chosen one nonsense. It's like, guys, we're pretty much created equal here. I do think that there are NPCs, but this chosen one is it's all over the place right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen any of this Chosen One stuff.
NE. So it's Danae_chosen1. My Cash App is $THAAREAALDENA. Danae.
All right.
And you're wearing blue today. Did you put this outfit together?
Of course I did.
Hey, that's good. That's cool. That's cool. Blue is cool.
Of course, they bring out my face. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful face, a beautiful
Thank
person.
you.
Okay. We're Sin City Stories. You know, we out here for the streets. We representing the streets to Las Vegas and pretty much, I'm sure, everywhere else can relate. Hopefully, other girls in the lifestyle can relate to some of the girls we interview out here. And even though everybody's got their own story, but always embrace your journey and bet on you. Keep God first.
Of course.
Yeah, we gotta
Thank you,
feel you're
guys.
gonna be okay. You're gonna do great things.
Thank you. Yeah, always stay safe.
Look at these simps. We'll do actually a couple of these.
So you're pregnant?
Yeah, like 4 months.
Look at this.
What's your end game? How long do you? Hey, it's funny. Look at this number right here.
Oh wow.
Get that on there.
Yeah,
It says 304. Wow.
it's in there.
304.
Hello.
Hey,
Who are we here with?
Leslie.
Leslie, very nice to meet you. How long have you been in Las Vegas?
Well,
You guys see how easy it is to be a woman? You can just dress kind of shitty. Just stand there on the corner and guys will give you money to like bang.
I came here for the first time when I was 17 with my ex-boyfriend. Then I came back at like 23. That's when I started like dancing. I worked at Treasures, Hustler Club, Screaming Rhino, Sapphire. So I pretty much worked at all the clubs.
How do you get started in the lifestyle?
I started doing this about a year ago because I came to Vegas again. So I started doing this. I tried to go back to dancing,
She almost has her clam out.
but
I think I have spotted a butterfly tattoo on her arm. And I've been saying this for a long time. When you see that butterfly tattoo, that definitely means they're 304.
I didn't want it. The smoking kind of bothers me.
Smoking what?
Like cigars and stuff, cigarettes.
Oh,
Too much
yeah.
of that is
Yep.
starting to bother me. So
I'm almost confident that's what that is.
at least when I'm walking on the street, you know, I don't have to worry about that. Just like
Where are you from originally?
from the Bay Area.
Bay Area?
Yeah.
Represent.
San Francisco, come on.
Raised out there?
East Bay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you start in this lifestyle out there, or
Yep.
was it when you came out here? that you got
No, I
involved?
started when I came.
Everyone loves a stuffed clam. Oh, and on the side of it, I'm going to have the old busted ravioli.
Here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, I've always been promiscuous, you know, growing up as a teenager and stuff.
Yeah, you don't say. And just look how she's dead in the eyes. See this? She's just dead.
But,
What was your upbringing like? Did you grow up in a two-parent household, or what was that?
small town on the water. That's kind of nice. But yeah.
You grew up with the mother and father, or was it a single-parent situation?
Just my dad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my
Ooh, mama left.
mom kind of left the situation. She went and had other kids. So it was just my dad and his girlfriend.
And so you said you had a folks, and what happened with that?
No, I had one. I've never had one before, but then I decided to, but I was like, I shouldn't have done that, you know, because I agreed to say, okay, yeah. And then, I don't know, it just wasn't working. I was making more money just on my own, and it wasn't working.
What qualities do you think that a
The
manager
good folks.
should have, or a good folk should have? What qualities do you think they should possess?
Respect the women, just
Yeah, her
treat
mom
them,
was definitely
you know,
304.
not to abuse them.
Okay.
Yell
Was
at
your last folks abusive?
No, he wasn't. It was just like, you know, like if the girls, like, we didn't do something, you know, he'd just yell at us, and I don't like to be yelled at, so that's why I was doing better just solo, but yeah.
Soul ho.
Any other qualities you think he should have?
Good looking, big dick. I don't know.
Yeah, we knew she was gonna say that. Guys, it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway in there. I can stick my hand in her gash and still flip a coin.
Yeah.
What's the crazy?
I think this necklace is to help her speak to these interview guys, because the previous girl had that on too. I think it's like a microphone. It might have some AI shit with it too.
Thing you've seen in Las Vegas? It could be something you've experienced, anything.
Well, some of the people here are kind of like strange, weird people. I don't know.
What's the crazy thing you've experienced as far as like the lifestyle goes? Like with a trick or anything like that?
Well, just some of the stuff they want me to do, I'm like, fuck,
Yeah, tell me about
it. And eating my pussy. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Who's gonna eat this chick's gash? What kind of simp is gonna do that to a street walking pregnant 304? Oh my god, guys.
Like that, like eating my pussy.
Yeah.
Anal, some stuff, Yeah.
So you haven't experienced any weirdos?
Kinda. Some of them, yeah. But usually I just like close my eyes. A lot of the times, if I'm not comfortable looking at somebody, just during sex.
Yeah.
Did you find yourself uncomfortable often?
She can't feel anything. She's not uncomfortable.
Not really, but some of the guys are like, okay, I'm feeling good, attracted to them or whatever. And some of the guys, it's like, I'm just doing it for the money. But I don't know. I think after this point, I was like, it doesn't really bother me anymore. I've kind of got,
So you're desensitized
to it, like, just like whatever. Like, I don't.
You can't feel anything down there, guys. See that? I don't know if you can see it because this volume thing is in the way. That is the butterfly tattoo. Notice she has no other tattoos that we can see, but chose to get one. That is the mark of the 304. It really, really is. There's another tattoo that they can sometimes have on the forearm or somewhere else too, where it's scissors. That means they'll, be a lesbian. But that is a quintessential mark of a 304. And here's a perfect example of it. No other tattoos except that. Why did she pick that? Because she's possessed with the 304 spirit or something. Yeah, she's dead inside, outside. That baby is cooked. That baby's getting its head beaten in by dicks all the time.
It's not a big deal to me. It's just sex, It's just.
Yeah. So you're pregnant?
Yeah, like 4 months.
4 months. Are you excited?
Yeah.
What are you excited about as far as like being a mother goes? What's the most exciting thing?
Well, because both of my kids already, I don't have
Both of her kids.
them anymore, so
She won't have those kids. She won't have her kids anymore.
I'm excited to have at least one more chance,
What do you mean when you say, if you don't mind me asking, what do you mean when you say?
My son is in Australia with his dad. They moved to Australia from Hollywood. And my daughter's in Los Angeles.
Do you have any fears as far as like being a new parent for
No, she doesn't care.
this upcoming child?
Yeah, I'm kind of scared, but
What are your fears?
I don't know. Just, I don't have stability, I'm not stable stability.
What do you think the benefits as far?
She doesn't have a man. And by the way, guys, she's a 304. She could have a man. Math man will save her. She'll come in and help her out. Lay down some of that logic, dick.
It's like her being a renegade versus being managed.
Having a manager.
See, I didn't even know what any of that was until like 2 weeks ago. Until I met one of the guys who kind of showed me everything, I don't know. I like doing it solo in Vegas because I don't, I've never had any problems with anybody. But then again, I've never gone on Tropicana, so I don't know how they are there, you know?
Yeah.
But right here, you know, I've never had any problems with anybody, so.
How long you been living in Vegas?
It's kind of hard to explain because I came here at 17. I'm 36.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's
as far as
the point.
currently goes.
36 years old out in these. This kid is cooked.
17, and then 23, 24, 25, and then I left, and then I came back at 36.
What's your end game? How long?
Yeah, I think it's an anchor or
Look at
something.
this number right here.
Oh, wow.
Get that on there.
Yeah, it's in there.
304.
What's your end game? You got a 2-year
Well,
plan.
because I'm pregnant, so I either have to find a shelter, you know, because I can't be doing this after I have the baby, you know.
And someone who should have got a baby deletion didn't.
Find a shelter, daycare, get a job.
That's good.
I mean, I can try to go back to this, but I have to like have somebody like this, yeah. Unless I have the babies in daycare, I can like do it, I guess.
You ever thought about working online instead of streets?
I used to do webcamming.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do, what is it called? OnlyFans, but I did webcam.
Okay.
How was that for you? Did you
I made good money. I made like $1,000 a month.
Oh,
No, like every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. That's definitely good.
I could have made more, but you know, I think I didn't work enough. I work as much as I could have worked, you know?
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for ladies that might want to get into this lifestyle?
Just be careful, be safe, you know, like pick and choose who you're gonna go with. If you want to go with the wrong guy, or he's gonna abuse you or whatever.
Yeah, she's doing this by choice, guys.
If you're gonna do solo in Vegas because it's not as dangerous, you know, more dangerous in California. On Figueroa, it was a lot of people were coming up to me like, you can't just be out here, you know, doing this because this is somebody else's street or somebody, you know, some other, So I was getting a lot of threats out there, and so that's one reason why I came back, you know, like that, and just.
And how much you want to bet liquor's also in that cup? She's pulling on some vodka and iced tea or something in there. Right to that baby's little cooked brain.
It's like a lot of, you know.
So are you currently looking for folks, or are you not interested in that, trying to be independent?
Probably not right now, because I'm probably going to have to, like, quit doing it, you know.
You said you're probably going to have to what?
Quit doing it for a little bit.
Yeah, I understand that.
Because I'm pregnant. I got to figure something out. Like, I don't know. But either go to a shelter. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure something out.
Go to a shelter because you're a dog. That's why.
Either go to Idaho or go to a shelter here. You know, if I can go to a shelter here, that would be nice.
What's in Idaho?
Owen.
My mom lives there, and I have a friend.
Idaho. They got a potato there. Oh.
that lives there that would let me stay with them. But,
Have you ever heard of Cupcake Girls in Las Vegas?
No.
So they're an organization. They help like working women get out the streets and get correct, you know, as far as like their lifestyle goes.
You know why they call it a cupcake girl? Because they're always getting frosting on their cakes. Oh!
You know, you definitely want to check them out. I'll give you their information after this interview.
That was Hookers for Jesus, right?
Huh?
Hookers for Jesus?
No, there's something else. Cupcake Girls in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
I heard of Hookers for Jesus.
They could give me like housing or house me or something.
I'm gonna give you their information. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know like 100% of the details.
These guys are kind of creeps interviewing her. I bet they probably each tag team these girls afterward. They're a bit strange.
Somebody told me through like, you know, through the interview process of who we interview and talk to. But yes.
Where you guys? The only thing I'm trying to get an ID, so I have to go to the DMV.
Right.
But I need an address. Like, where do you guys stay? Where you guys?
What I want to ask you is, you have a support system in Idaho. Why don't you go out there and go stay with your friend?
I don't want to stay here. I kind of wanted to stay here.
So as far as like your child's father goes, do you know who that is, or?
I know who he is. He's in downtown LA. He just said like, he doesn't want me to do this, you know?
Yeah, to have just have a kid when you have no plan or anything. Yeah.
Do the like I said, to come back, you know, I told him to come.
Oh, he meant that he didn't want her to be out on these streets. So she had an opportunity to not do it. She wants to do it. Again, look at all the attention they get. They're just farming attention the whole day.
Back when the baby's born, and he don't really want me doing this, but
Is this something that she likes to do, or?
Yeah, with some guys I do, not all the guys.
What do you like about it?
Just like, you know, like everybody wants to fucking fuck, you know? Like a guy that's like you're compatible with, that I'm compatible with, you know? Has a good sized dick, compatible with, fucks good, doesn't like.
That's all she cares about.
Because there's some guys that's like, hey, I'm gonna fuck, but it's not a good fuck, you know, or it hurts. Or
yeah. Do you have any final messages for the younger women who might be thinking about getting this lifestyle,
Just make money. Don't go with the wrong guys or the wrong people. Make money. Save your money. Just...
Do you have an Instagram or Cash App?
No.
How do you not have any of that if you're on the street? What an idiot.
A lot of people ask me if I have that. No, I don't have an ID. I still have like change and cash. I'm getting there though. I'm getting here.
Good.
I get an ID, get a debit card, you know?
We definitely wish the best for you.
Thank you.
And subscribe to our YouTube channel at Sin City Stories and follow us on Instagram at Sin City Stories.
Enough of these guys. So the stripper and sex worker economy also is a good indicator for the regular economy as well.
Thinking.
I think that's probably what they're going to go into for this.
I ended up meeting the woman, fascinating woman, and actually what I ended up talking to her about was about business, because I'd been, after Freakonomics came out, I was anointed as a business expert. And so a lot of CEOs would call me and try to hire me. So I'd had a chance to talk to a lot of CEOs. But once I talked to this prostitute about her data for about 10 minutes, I thought, my God, I've got another 30 minutes of brunch. I got to kill topics. So I just talked to her the same way I talk to CEOs, asking her about her business, her industry. And she actually gave fantastic answers. She really seemed to understand her industry pretty well. She was a college-educated woman who had quit an $80,000 a year computer programming job to become a prostitute.
Like 2010 or so.
Or to do it. But when I finally tripped her up, it was the same.
So that 80K is worth really like 120K.
Same way I always trip up the CEOs. Because I asked her, how do you set prices? Okay. And the thing is, setting prices is the hardest thing. Nobody knows how to set prices because, you know, economics theory tells you how you should set prices, but nobody follows it. Okay. And so she gave me the same kind of terrible answers that CEOs give me. And her particular answer was, well, I just looked out on the internet to see what the other women were charging. And a lot of them were charging about $300 an hour. So that's what I decided to charge too. Okay, so that drives an economist crazy, right? There's the inverse elasticity pricing rules. I mean, if you know your marginal cost and you know your elasticity of demand, you know what price to charge. So I asked myself, well, was there some question that I could get at that would help me figure out whether she was charging the right price? And then I remembered she had told me that she had a dedicated phone line that only her customers called her on. So I said to her, how do you feel when the telephone rings? And she said, well, you know, I'm kind of indifferent. I don't really care whether my customers call me or not. Sometimes I don't even pick up the phone. And I said, my God, you're a local monopolist. You have a downward sloping demand curve.
Yeah, I heard Freakonomics was a really good book. I know it's a little bit outdated. I have not read it.
If you could sell one more unit of your good at the same price as the last one, of course you'd want to. You can't possibly be optimizing your pricing. So she looked at me completely blankly. Economics wasn't really her thing, obviously. But again, I wasn't there to maximize her profits. I was just trying to get access to her Palm Pilot. So I left the issue. But it turned out, since I teach at the University of Chicago, I teach a course on the economics of crime. And as I started studying prostitution, I thought, well, maybe I shouldn't add a lecture to my undergraduate class on prostitution. But it's hard to write a good lecture. As I struggled to do it, I suddenly had this thought, well, why don't I just call my new prostitute friend and have her come to the university and give the lecture for me? Well, I called her on the phone. I said, how would you feel about coming to my class? And she said, oh, no, I'm a very private person. I'm a terrible public speaker. I could never do that. So I know a lot about economists and enough about prostitutes to know that we share one important point in common. There's no such thing as can't, right? You know, there's just what price you're going to do it at, right?
There's no such thing as can't. There's only cunt.
Always a price for an economist, and there's always a price for a prostitute. So I said to her, well, what if I pay your hourly wage to teach my class? She said, oh, my hourly wage, I misunderstood. Yeah, I'd be happy to teach your class for my hourly wage. Anyway, she comes down, teaches my class. Unbelievably great lecture. Turns out a third of my students said that it was the single best lecture they heard in their 4 years at the University of Chicago.
What does that tell you about the University of Chicago? Jesus.
Okay, which is a pretty sad statement about what me and my colleagues are doing in the classroom, but I think not inaccurate. It was great. But after she spoke...
Hey, maybe that's why you called the book Freakonomics.
One of the students, we had Q&A, one of the students said, how much do you charge? And she says, I charge $400 an hour. Okay, and I become irate because I know she charges $300 an hour. And I'm paying this out of my own pocket, right? I can't go to the National Science Foundation and say, well, I'm too lazy to teach my own classes, so I hired a prostitute. I'm going to need an extra $400 on my grant. So I'm on the side of the room. I'm seething at the idea that, I think we have some kind of relationship. And then she rips me off for another $100.
Because she's a 304. What do you think's going to happen?
The next student raises his hand, and he says, how did you decide how much to charge? And I'm standing over there. She looks at me. She's got this big smile on her face. And she says, the very first time that I was with Professor Levitt, she says, the very first time I was with Professor Levitt, he convinced me my services were far more valuable than the $300 I was currently charging. I raised my price to $400, and it has been the best business decision I've ever made.
Wow. Let's go to this right here.
People mention the world's oldest profession. The image.
So put a one in the chat. What's up, Evil Eddie? Put a one in the chat if you think it's actually a little bit more of an honorable system, just making this more just legal. I actually think there's going to be certain women who just want to be 304s. They're always going to do it. But if we legalize it and destigmatize it, it actually might make other girls be more pure because they know that some guy can just go spend $400 for an hour, blast the chick up, and go about his business. Then he's actually going to only look for the woman who is more virtuous, cleaner, not a 304, because we can have that outlet. So they know that you can just, have your fun. And then when you're ready to start getting serious, you can. So it might actually be a pretty, I actually think it's more like, what would you rather do? I'd rather would spend, and again, I've not done this, but I'd rather spend $300 or something to get with a chick for a little bit of time, but then she leaves and I'm all done with it. You're paying for them to leave. When it's a girlfriend you have to court and flirt with and text with and do shit for, like, the amount of energy used is actually what you get less. And then you don't even get any loyalty. With a 304, you're not asking for any loyalty. You know what I mean? This one here.
That usually pops up is, well, it's pretty.
And this one is 304 at the time, just by coincidence.
Pretty narrow, isn't it?
It definitely is loaded with stereotypes, assumptions.
Exactly. And it often misses this huge part of the story, the actual economics of it all. Like, how did money or goods actually change hands way back then?
What did it really mean to earn something in ancient times?
Right. What could you actually buy? So today, that's our mission. We're doing a deep dive into the ancient economy of prostitution.
We're looking at Mesopotamia, Greece, and Rome.
Yeah, trying to get those key nuggets of info about how wealth flowed, how payments worked. We want to understand what those shekels or obols or Roman asses really meant.
Not just the coin itself, but the economic weight behind it.
Have you ever stopped to think, what was one silver shekel really worth in ancient Sumer? Or what could a, say, high-class courtesan in Greece actually afford with her earnings? Get ready for some pretty surprising stuff.
It's fascinating, really. When you look at the economic side, especially in areas history sometimes ignores, you learn so much about the society itself. Understanding the value, the payment methods. It gives you a much clearer picture.
Of what? Like social structures?
Exactly. Societal hierarchies, how wealth actually moved, how different roles were valued, or sometimes really devalued.
So it's not just about saying this cost X dollars back then.
Not at all. It's about grasping the power of that money or those goods
Right.
within their own world.
Okay, let's dive in then. We have to start way, way back. Ancient Mesopotamia, cradle of civilization territory.
Right. And here the context is really interesting because prostitution often seems linked to temples, sometimes called sacred.
Sacred. So not just transaction on the street corner.
Not always, no. It appears to be woven into religious practice, social structures, which definitely impacts the economics.
So how were people paid? Was it money as we know it?
Not really, not standardized coins like later on.
Yeah.
This is Sumer Akkad, maybe 2000 to 1000 BCE. Payment was often in, well, valuable goods.
Like what?
Grain, for instance, barley or wheat. Silver too, but maybe as chunks or pieces, not neat little coins. Dates. Even livestock.
Livestock. So you could get paid with a goat.
Potentially, yes. Imagine getting a sack of barley. That feeds your family. Or a goat milk, maybe eventually meat. These weren't tokens, they were vital resources.
Stuff you needed to live, trade, build wealth.
Precisely. So the value wasn't just a fixed price. It was about the actual
What do you think this guy's doing? Coin clipping.
usefulness of the thing being exchanged.
And we actually have some specific evidence, right? I read about a Sumerian tablet.
Yes, that's a key piece. It mentions a specific price. 1 shekel of silver for prostitute services.
1 shekel. Okay, what does that mean in practical terms?
Well, a shekel was about 8 grams of silver. If we try to translate that very roughly, maybe 50 to 80 US today.
Okay, but like you said, it's not just the dollar amount.
Exactly. The crucial part is what that shekel could buy in Sumer. It could get you quite a bit of barley, maybe enough to feed a family for a month, or a decent goat or
Having
sheep.
a hard
So
time.
definitely not cheap.
Not at all.
Shit going.
It suggests this was a significant cost, probably more than a basic laborer earned in quite some time, likely a luxury for most men.
Which tells us something about who had the spare resources, the economic power back then.
Absolutely. It points to social stratification. Who could afford these services? Probably not your average farmer.
And this whole system, payment in goods, sometimes linked to temples. How did that shape things? Did it give these women any economic power?
It's complex. If someone was temple-based, they might have received support from the temple economy, like rations, not just payment per service. That could offer some stability.
Okay. A bit of a safety net, maybe?
Perhaps. And for those paid in commodities, managing that wealth meant storing grain, dealing with livestock, weighing silver. You needed practical skills.
More than just the service itself. You had to be a resource manager.
In a way, yes. Maybe bartering, maybe even dealing with debt. It shows a society where economic power wasn't just about coins, but controlling essential resources.
Fascinating. Okay, let's jump forward a bit. And westward, ancient Greece.
Right. Greece, say around 600 to 300 BCE. Here things...
Let's that's like a bit dry. We'll watch another one of these ones here.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Who are we here with?
Sadie's.
Sadie's. How old
That's a dog's name.
are you?
21.
21.
How long have you been living in Vegas?
For 3 years.
3 years?
Okay.
All right. What brought you out to Vegas?
Family moved me out here.
Why did your family move you out here?
I used to get into a lot of fights at school. They assumed that I was going to end up dying in LA. So
Really? A lot of fights at school?
Yeah.
What were the fights over?
I was just like petty stuff. Like
All right. So what are you doing out here tonight?
I'm working.
What kind of work are you into right now?
Prostitution.
Okay, so you're a working girl. What got you into this lifestyle?
Honestly, everything is expensive in Vegas. Getting a job is not cutting it. Really, like, it's just fast money, something to pay for the rent.
How old were you when you got started?
20.
What led up to that?
Got evicted with my mom and just jumping house to
The dad wasn't around.
house. It was getting on my nerves and trying to find a job. It wasn't sitting with me, so I just decided to settle down for this.
What's the craziest thing that you've experienced in this lifestyle?
Yesterday, some Cubans had asked me to go to their house. They had offered $300, and when I get there, they wasn't trying to pay the $300. They only gave me $85, and I left. And so my nigga was sitting outside already as it was, because I'm not supposed to do dates with black dudes, and he was iffy about it. And so they had trapped me, or tried to trap me, taste the shit out of them. And then I'll probably say 10, 20 minutes later, after he drops me back off on the blade, they ended up coming down on bites. One of them had a butcher knife. They was trying to kill me over $85.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's tough. That's real tough. So after that incident, you got right back on the blade? You weren't like afraid? Or?
Actually, I've just moved up here. So I'm going to let Boulder cool down for a little bit.
I feel you.
So you were on Boulder when that incident happened?
Yeah.
Or was it over there by Lowe's? So, how long have you been working this blade?
Probably say about 2-3 months.
Okay. And what's the difference between this one and the one over on Boulder?
Boulder is dry as hell. Well, I don't know, because Tropicana's kind of dry right now. But
There's like Hawk 2 on it.
it's more money on Tropicana than what it is on Boulder. It's a lot of low balls. So.
Can you describe a time where you felt misunderstood by others when it comes to your work?
That's a simp question. These guys are kind of simps doing this. I don't know why they're really doing it, but I guess it is sort of entertaining.
No, I can't.
Okay. So do you have people who support your work?
Some do, but I really don't care, because ain't nobody trying to support, or at least financially support me. So I don't care about how somebody feels about what I'm doing.
I feel that. So how do you get through challenging times out here and stay motivated on the money?
My dude, I wouldn't say he just like leaves me out here, but he just leaves me out here, and he's like, you can't come in the house till you make something.
She just said that she's independent, though.
$100, $80, he'll be happy. So
is that your folks?
Yeah.
So besides,
I think folks must mean like her pimp and stable.
Besides the money,
stable is where all the hoes stay.
Why did you choose him as your folks?
We have been dealing with each other for a long time. I wouldn't do this for nobody else but him. If somebody was to approach me and try to sweat me, be like, oh, you should choose that and do better for you. It don't matter if you're in a Mercedes or a BMW, I would never, ever, ever choose that.
Yeah, that's a form of loyalty a lot of people want to relate to. You know what I'm saying?
So when you went through that situation with those Cubans, how did you cope or grieve from that situation? What were some things that you did to, I guess, relax or heal yourself from that situation, whether it was mentally or physically?
honestly, I didn't heal from it at all because it's scary. The person could remember your face at any time, so it's like
Probably a single mom.
I
I
can
don't
be
know.
anywhere and they can try and do something. So I'm not gonna ever heal from that. Shit happens. I can let it go, but I'm not gonna.
Another thing too, these girls are not like that great looking.
What is it? I'm not gonna dwell on it, but it's gonna be there.
Do you have any other inspirations outside of lifestyle, like as far as goals that you have, personal goals?
I want to go back to school for early childhood education. He's finished my
She can teach your little rugrat bastard how to be a hoe in the streets.
That's real good. That's real
So
good.
you want to be a teacher?
Yeah.
You said early childhood education.
Mm-hmm.
He'll probably excel as a teacher because they're already hoes.
Okay. Is there a reason why you chose early childhood education over like high school, or
because she has this child's mind?
Maybe a college professor?
I enjoy babies more, like toddlers and stuff. People like teenagers. I used to be a teenager, so I know that I wouldn't even be able to handle that. So
yeah.
So what was your upbringing like as far as being a teenager? Did you grow up in a 2-parent household or?
No, they'll answer that for you.
Okay.
my mom was a single mom, but my dad.
Hey, look at this! Look at this! Let me see if what do we have here? The same goddamn thing. That's a butterfly necklace, the same as the tattoo was. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys can see that there. So sometimes they will have it in a necklace as well. Holy crap.
Was there?
It's funny because these chicks have not been crazy tatted up, which is strange.
He wasn't there. It's like a father. He was more of there like a family friend.
Yeah, you know what the dad did? He just went, he got the mom knocked up and just fade to black.
They didn't let me know that he was my dad, so I turned like 14.
Until you got hot.
And how did you feel about that when they finally let you know? Were you mad at your family or?
Honestly, I didn't care anymore.
Okay.
I stopped caring after a
Who
while.
wants to join? They can.
Okay. So when it comes to love, I guess, what's your views on love, like especially when it relates to this lifestyle? So has it desensitized you? That's the question that I'm getting at. Or are you still able to love?
You can't desensitize someone who's numb.
Do you still believe in love?
He's numb, dumb, and full of cum.
It's there, but it's times where I'll think to myself and be like, is it worth loving somebody? Because most people, they have evil spots in life. So it's like, I don't know how to explain question, or not the question, the answer, but it's there. It's there, but it's not there.
Yeah.
Okay, I get you.
So you're starting to lose a little bit of faith in it, huh?
Yeah.
I get it.
Do you believe in God?
I do, but then there's times where it's like I don't.
Okay, what are the times when you don't? Can you share that, some of that with?
Shit. I done got detained by ICE like 3 times, and out of all those 3 times, I didn't get arrested.
Do you think God might have had something to do with you not getting arrested?
Yeah.
Oh my God, these guys are creepy, dude.
But it'd be times where I'd be like, if you didn't want me to go to jail, you would not have let them get me. So, because I would pray. Anytime I come out here, I pray.
What's your prayer, if you don't mind sharing? Briefly.
I ask him to keep me and my folks out of drama throughout the night, put us in a better position in the morning. To not have him do nothing stupid, not have me do anything stupid.
That's your job, that you don't do something stupid. You don't pray to God for things that you control.
Protect our souls, and that's all.
It's a good prayer. It's a good prayer.
Do you have
No, it's not. That was just a bunch of dog shit she's just making up.
Exit plan as far as like how old do you think you'll be when you like are finished with this lifestyle?
Probably my upcoming birthday. I probably say when I turn 22, I'll be out of this.
Awesome.
It's not a possibility, but it's there. If I just continue to stay down and do what I'm supposed to and get us to the position where we want to be, I'm sure that I won't be in this lifestyle.
Yeah, and it's very possible. You know, we believe in speaking life. Don't say it's not. You know, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, everything's high right now. So
rent, food.
What's
Absolutely,
do you have a
Clayton,
financial plan?
These are creeps. Like I like this organic interview, but these guys do seem like creeps.
And as far as going on to something else, is it a job?
Because I don't think I think they actually are being legit here. I don't think they're just like placating her. I think they're actually being legit.
I know you said about a year. So what's your financial plan looking like? Just say about a year from now. How do you see yourself getting to the bag?
I have a business open soon. Either it's hair, nails.
What kind of business?
So I do everything.
That's good.
Jack of all trades, yeah.
Yeah, I can do everything.
Or like jerk of all trades.
So
that's good.
It could be. You can open up a
jerk off of all trades.
vending machine or something.
It's true. Yeah, always focus on branding. You could do whatever you put your mind to. You see, we out here repping our brand. You know, it just takes creativity and willpower.
And belief.
Self-belief. You seem like you got a lot of faith.
Wow, I don't want to hear any more of it from them. We'll do a little more. Actually.
Yeah, of course.
Is there any information that you learned, whether it be about the lifestyle, any uncommon information that you learned?
Well, she'll scissor with a girl too.
You might want to share with anybody watching.
It's not something that somebody's told me, but it's something that I've learned. I've fought depression all my life, and I kind of did attempt suicide. So after that, I learned that sometimes, like, even if you feel as if somebody don't love you or they don't care about you, some people just don't know how to communicate that love. They don't know how to express that they care. So it's better for both to communicate than one to just...
What is she even saying?
Or at least both assume that.
This is Kamala Harris speak. See, she's just making stuff up. She doesn't actually know what she's trying to even say.
But is it the negative on both ends? So what I'm basically trying to say is just be like, just voice how you're feeling. Because I know most people, they're scared to tell people how they're feeling because it's either going to start an argument or they think that person is going to stop talking to them because they made an assumption. Rather, if they do stop talking to you, it's better for you to be honest with yourself than keep lying.
So how do you know what person to talk to, like, about depression about?
I don't know if these guys are trying to, like, help them.
I never went to a therapist. I just talk to people. Like, it could be a random person on the streets. It could be one of the girls. I just walk up to you and get to talking.
Right, I hear you. Yeah, it's good to, like, communicate like, how you feel and not to hold stuff like that in because they get bottled up. You might take it out on the wrong person.
Yeah.
You know.
So, do you have any advice for the young women who might be interested in being a part of this lifestyle?
What I am going to say is if somebody is forcing you to do this, get yourself out of that position immediately. If they're beating you, if they're not giving you the resources that they say that they're going to give you, leave that immediately. Because no man, I don't care who it is, what they told you, they're never supposed to have their feet out here looking a mess. So, shit, if you feel as if this is somewhere that you're not supposed to be and you're in danger, leave. And there's so many resources out here that will help you get out of that situation.
So pertaining to the situation that happened with those Cubans, what did you learn from that situation and what would you do the next time?
If they're walking, don't go with them. They don't speak English, don't go with them.
What about the money part?
Definitely, you have to get half a payment before you go anywhere with anybody. Because most people would be like, oh, I don't want to do it no more because of a specific thing. So definitely get half payment.
So would you recommend this lifestyle for any other younger women?
I don't recommend it, but some women actually enjoy this type of shit. Like, some of them like are nymphos and they like having sex with people. So if you like having sex with random ass people and you just a nasty ass person, go ahead, bro. It's all on you.
So what would you recommend?
Yeah, she would definitely have
as far as
Newports.
protecting yourself out here. If we're, you know,
I won't say get a knife, but get something that you can physically use close up. 'Cause pepper spray is not a good idea. Pepper spray the shit out of both you and him. So,
but no, look, check this out. So if you get this pepper spray gel, I don't know if the camera can see it. You could use this in cars, and it won't like it won't fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? It will just fuck the person whose face it gets on up.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree too. Definitely want to have you something out here. So would you advise women to use protection?
Yeah.
Or the guy to use protection, make the guy use protection as far as like wearing rubbers and stuff?
Oh, that's what you mean?
I mean, either.
Yeah, protection. Oh.
Yeah, of course. Always tell them to put the condom on.
Okay.
I don't care if the money sound good. You tell him $450 and he has a $450 for bear. Don't do that shit.
What if he's a regular?
I don't care if he's a regular.
Okay.
Because people are just shady people. Like, people just do weird ass shit. So a person can literally go have sex with somebody else and come to you and be like, oh, I didn't have sex with nobody else. And then now they have like a whole ass STD. I don't give a fuck if the money is great.
Yeah, and the STD is bad for business.
Yeah, then now you fucking it up for everybody. It's a bitch walking around with AIDS. Something, bro. Like, you don't fuck it there for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Sadie, we appreciate you for this interview. You definitely interviewed very well. Follow us on YouTube and Instagram.
Let's go get off that. We'll watch a couple police videos.
Don't worry, I'm sorry.
How you doing tonight?
Look at this woman wasted.
I'm not sure why you guys are pulling me over.
Well, a couple reasons. A couple people called about you driving.
Oh, really?
Yep. Where are you headed to tonight?
I was just driving around.
Okay. You're just driving around?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason your kids aren't in their seatbelts in the back?
Why aren't you buckled up, dude? Come on, bro.
All right. Tell you what. While you're doing that, come on out here and talk to me for a minute, okay?
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Can I call my mom?
No, not yet. Come on. Come on out here. We're going to go right back here. Okay? Right over here. On the sidewalk, please. I just want to get out of traffic. Is there a reason why you're all over the road driving? Came and you bounced off the curb a couple times right here.
Yeah, because I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Okay. Would you mind going through some tests for me today?
I don't care.
To make sure you're okay to
Can
drive?
I take my shoes off?
If that makes you more comfortable?
That will make me a lot more comfortable.
All right. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back with you, okay?
Yeah.
You always want the shoes off.
All right, come on out here, okay? If you want, you can leave that open. He can keep an eye on your kids. That's fine.
Please,
you want to stand over there?
don't start yelling for me, please.
Okay, come over here. All right. What I'm going to have you do, you're going to stand there, put your feet together, and your arms on your side, okay? You can stay in that position until I tell you to do otherwise.
She looks wasted.
Okay? Do you have anything wrong with your eyes? I understand that, but right now I need to establish the fact if you're good to drive. Okay? See where I'm coming from? You got kids in the car?
Yes, I know. I have kids in the car. I know. I've been yelling at them to sit the
Why are you crying?
Because I have kids to take care of. I don't have shit to do with this right now. You don't even know.
Hang on, I found a one more to do on this prostitution kick.
Design of Amsterdam's new erotic center. Commissioned by the city government in 2020, it's a concept for a 5,000 square meter high-rise with hotel.
And remember, a lot of women do not want prostitution legalized because they're going to want to unionize it so they get benefits and stuff. And it's going to take away, it's really going to mess up their whole game. Because once they become commoditized, they become a commodity. It actually will just lower their value.
Rooms, offices, bars, entertainment facilities, a store, and a restaurant. When it's finished, it will be one of Europe's largest and most advanced brothels. And as interesting as its design are the locations that it's being considered for. Locations on the outskirts of the city. So why did Amsterdam's government commission the design of this new building? Why at locations far from its historic red-lit center? And why are people so angry? Back in 2009, a Labour politician waited.
So I've heard Sigrid probably has been here and knows about this. I heard you can go to Amsterdam, you can like pick them out in a like through a window, like you're shopping for like you're window shopping.
The city was voting on a plan he had spearheaded, a plan called Project 1012, named after the zip code.
We'll go back and watch that other one too. We'll go Bianca, but I kind of want to stay somewhat on the topic.
Low-quality buildings, such as window brothels and coffee shops, had to go. But instead of making new regulations, the lawmaker was praised for a unique approach. His solution was spatial: buy up buildings associated with crime and push crime away. The city government was convinced, and his plan would pass. Little did they all know, it would soon collapse. Over the course of more than a decade, it would lead to the closure of more than 100 individual window brothels, along with tens of individual coffee shops. However, when attempts were made to measure the impact of Project 1012, not much could be found. It had a marginal impact on crime, and today the center's image as an adult theme park with shady edges still remains strong. But if there's one thing his plan did do, was that it created a rift among hundreds of sex workers and the city government of Amsterdam, one that persists even as the newest mayor picks up the mantle again and tries to change the center even more. In 2020, the city government banned organized tours of the red light district. In May of 2023, bans on cannabis within the district entirely. There's also been mandated bar closures, bans on the sale and display of alcohol, and even ad campaigns targeted towards young to middle-aged British
Thanks
men.
for being here.
She and the executive body
Like
have
and
even
subscribe
floated
if
the
you guys
idea
are
of
new.
banning
I really
international
appreciate
tourists
it.
from buying marijuana in the city entirely. She's also brought up the idea of introducing entrance gates to the red light district. This would create the first physically regulated neighborhood in a major European city. Not even Venice does that. But her most controversial suggestions started soon after her nomination in 2019, when she brought attention towards changing the rooms in the red light district again. In Amsterdam, there are actually 3 separate red light districts. The most well-known is in the center, called De Walle, which has 249 rooms. But the other 2, and much less well-known, are the Singelgebied and the Roostelkade, which have 63 and 40 rooms respectively. In 2019, Femke Halsema, the newest mayor of Amsterdam, presented 4 scenarios for the future of De Walle. 3 of those scenarios targeted each of these districts in order to reduce over-tourism. Her first scenario was to change window prostitution permanently. Amsterdam closes all the curtains in the Walle and Singel, while the rooms stay open.
So I heard in Amsterdam, basically, people always leave their curtains open in their house and stuff, basically, unless they're banging and clanging.
If a lot of the attraction to the red light district is simply to be able to walk around and look, take away what people look at, and you not only reduce
what's going on, brother,
push the tourists that do come to
you,
other parts.
You've probably been to Amsterdam and know.
Actually, no.
Saying you bought one, I'm just saying that you seem like a well-traveled guy.
Oh no, I know people that have gone there for the marijuana.
Yeah.
But
guy.
Yeah, but snowflakes has never been my thing, and I don't partake. So now it never hit my bucket list. But who knows? That might change.
Yeah. Okay.
City. With increased digitization, sex workers can increasingly rely on getting clients via their phones rather than off the streets. The assumption is that this would just speed up an inevitable transformation from physical windows to digital ones. In her second scenario, Amsterdam would see the most radical change. All the rooms in De Walle and Singel are removed and shifted to other parts of the city. The number of rooms does not change like it did in Project 1012, but their locations do. However, because closing all the rooms in the Valla is highly unrealistic, the city government is going forward with Halsema's third and most realistic scenario. Instead of all, a chunk of the rooms in the Valla and Single are moved. Although it's more realistic, the city government has not made it clear how large that chunk will actually be. But, different from Project 1012, Halsema has made the commitment that when rooms get removed, they
Looks like some type of nuclear reactor.
have to come someplace new. At the start, the government considered two building types: a single unit high-rise, and the second, a cluster of different multifunction buildings. They also commissioned research into building on a floating pavilion. The design is meant to anticipate for about 100 individual rooms for sex workers, and also other entertainment facilities. On the one hand, the city wants to model Pasha when it comes to size. Pasha is the world's largest brothel.
What do you think, Seagrip, about? Do you think that in some ways prostitution is actually more on? Because I know you have a saying that the most expensive punani is free punani, or you want to talk about that a little bit?
Free punani will always be the most expensive punani you ever buy.
Exactly.
And so, at the end of the day, they're never going to see. Here's the thing. This is all a lot of lip service, because they will never get rid of the SMEX industry, because once you make it, once you start getting government involved and everything like that to get rid of it, all you're going to do is take it underground.
Yeah.
And once it's underground, that means there's no tax revenue.
Yeah.
And so they're never going to get rid of it because they don't want to lose that revenue. On top of that, you got to remember that the tourist industry is, because you're going to have a number of tourists that comes just for that and that experience.
Oh yeah.
I used to be someone that, when I look at what happened,
because I think they should do this model at more places in the United States.
They really should, because here's the thing.
It's more honest for everybody, and I think it'll actually make other women who are not 304s, they actually might have some incentive to be a little more virtuous.
Well, here's the thing. I can't remember where I read this, but they talk about the Wild Wild West. With the gold.
They always have brothels and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. So first comes the dreamers and the speculators, and then right behind the dreamers and the speculators come the shops. And with the dreamers, the speculators, and the shops come the 304s.
Yeah, because they need the town to be developed a bit.
Exactly. So the speculators come, then the 304s, then the shops, then the church and the wives.
Yeah.
And so, at the end of the day, you're never going to get rid of that part. They call it road owners profession for a reason.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, I think it's more honest as well, because once
it's more honest for everybody, and it actually makes people respect themselves a little more. Well, instead of the demeaning of going out on the date, chasing the woman and stuff. Like, you guys, you can still do that if you want, but I don't think many as men would put up with that if they had this other outlet, that it was easier. I guess, like, I don't know how I would go about trying to find one of these.
So
but
in
I
Dallas,
think if they had an outlet that was safe, people would do it, and it would actually make some men more productive.
As
they don't waste their time with all this nonsense. They can just get it out of their system and go back to work or live life.
So Colombia, for example, in Colombia, mex work is legal, and not only is it legal, but they have brothels, and and they're all over. They have a lot of brothels, a lot of them all over the place. But in those brothels, there's security.
Mm-hmm.
There's safety. Safety is enforced. The girls are
clean room,
tested.
Clean environment.
Yep. They have. Yep. But not only that, it also supports several it also supports several other industries. What I mean by that is, first, it supports the liquor industry because a lot of them serve alcohol. It also supports local restaurants because the local restaurants around these brothels, they deliver food to the brothel. Like, you can literally go and spend several hours in one of these places, and there's music. You can order food. They also have, older, they have women there that clean. So older, grandmothers, grannies, and stuff like that, or older women are there cleaning. So these support several industries. Plus, it not only gives women with, I'm not going to say, a lot of these women are, some of these women, as a matter of fact, some of these women are in school. And when I say school, I mean college.
Because I was with a chick once, and she was a stripper, but she did that to pay for her college.
Yeah.
And it actually worked out pretty good for her. And
I was doing one chick who was a psychology major. I kind of
respected that. Yeah.
And so, go figure psychology. But so now this gives a way for these women to support themselves, because a lot of these countries don't have the same social safety nets that we have.
No.
Whereas we've heard before numerous times that because of the amount of governmental assistance that a lot of these women get, it literally replaces a man making $50,000-$60,000 a year. So at the end, but at the end of the day, this is more.
But it makes it a little more honest work, because when we're talking about 304s now, they're breaking a law, they're doing stuff under the table, but a lot of them are just cheating, and they're just doing it for like a free dinner and stuff. I think a lot of women do kind of like doing this, but if you know that's what they are, it's like that parable of the scorpion and the frog, and the scorpion stabs the frog. It's like, but if you know it's a 304, then you just know it's a 304. Right now, there's such a gray area with everything. You think it's just a regular housewife, but she's basically doing this on the side, but she has to keep it quiet. Like, we should actually if we get rid of the stigma, you kind of, where people stand.
Well, look at OnlyFools.
It's just a little more honest.
Well, if you look at OnlyFools,
it's like 1 in 5 chicks is doing it. So why don't we just own up to it and tax the shit out of it, just like weed?
They're already doing it. Already doing it. But
they're doing it in more of a dishonest way than
exactly.
Yeah.
So at least this way, it's taxed. Hopefully they can put up where they're paying Social Security, because when you take it underground, what ends up happening is, this fast money creates slow problems, because what happens when these chicks become retirement age and they have nothing saved or anything along those lines. Yeah. So, but the reason why, here's the reason why they don't want to do it. Because I think it's women, even though, as much as these women and these feminists like to talk about,
they don't want to monetize it. They don't, because it will create a standard, and they can't get greedy with it.
But also keep in mind what happens when a man realizes that, it is cheaper to have Boom Boom Barbie come by,
and not be married, not do any of this. It's actually that's what I'm trying to say here. It's actually more people kind of win like that. And you can still get married and do whatever you want. I actually think it might make a stronger marriage in some cases, because instead of cheating with your secretary, you go get it out of your system and you're done with it, and you don't have to talk to them anymore, and that everyone's good. It actually might save a lot of people.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: they don't want the competition, because what happens? Because you've heard me say many times that literally, almost easily 80% of what a woman can provide in a relationship can be outsourced, because you can outsource someone to come clean. You can outsource food. You can have, there's Cook Unity,
Yep.
Uber Eats, stuff like that.
Now I can
So
pay
you
one girl to clean, cook, and hook. But you could, and then just have her go home. Say, hey, I want you to come over here, blow my brains out, clean up my kitchen a little bit, do a couple things, make a meal, and then get out of here. But here's a good amount of money. It's worth it.
No, that would that would never work. You remember that episode of Seinfeld where he started sleeping with his cleaning lady.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
and then she stopped cleaning.
Yeah.
No, that would never work. But here's the thing: why would you want it to work that way? And so, but no, this is at the end of the day. This is more honest, and
it saves everybody time.
Yeah,
well, it saves everybody time, but mostly the man, because the women will take your time.
Well,
they like that, but it also kind of wastes their time too. It's fun for them to waste the time, but in the end, they're going to say, "God, what did I do all through my 20s? I just wasted time, wasted a bunch of guys' time." But then they realize later, like, well, that was also my own time that I should have respected more. But I just didn't give a shit. So I think it actually could be a win-win for a lot more people. And it's just like this is already happening, guys. It's already happening. Like if you are a drug dealer, women are coming to get, the drugs, and they're going to do stuff to get it for free. So it's already happening all the time.
I was talking to one of my boys, and he actually is opening 2 businesses in Colombia. And so he's literally there almost every month in regards to opening up these businesses, the construction, everything along those lines. And in Colombia, he literally has several girlfriends. And when I say and when I'm talking about, he's literally supporting several women, paying rent, putting through school, helping them with their kids and their families. And this dude spends so much money that it's insane. And I would have these conversations with him. He's like, "Yo, I can't afford to this is crazy. I got too many people on my team." And this is a guy who is literally breaking off the equivalent for some of these chicks. So for each of these chicks, he's pretty much breaking off the equivalent of $150 every 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And for a lot of them, he's paying their rent on top of that. Like some of these chicks and a couple of these chicks, he's literally giving like $500-600 a month to. Now,
they call it a sponsorship.
Exactly. And so this dude is easily kicking out $2-3 grand a month. Easily. Now, don't cry for him, Argentina. He's a lawyer.
Yeah.
But I talked to him about the opportunity cost, because he has all these chicks on his team, and it's like, this is just insane. And I remember 2 years ago, because this is how much crazy this dude is. He literally had one chick, like this was like 3 years ago. He had this one chick that he actually met in a brothel and started seeing her outside the brothel, and was giving her more money and giving her more money.
Oh my God, that's the whole point of the brothels, that you don't need
exactly. So, Snowboard, welcome to my world.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm just like, dude, how does this even make any sense? But that's why I said that suckers were made to be licked. And so, but with that being said, personally, like I said before, the worst mistake a man can ever do is get with the wrong chick, because the wrong chick will literally extract. There are people out here that will use you and keep using you until you can't use it no more. But at least in this type of pay-to-play structure, you already know what it is. And
exactly.
And it's a fraction of the cost.
Agreement. Yeah.
Literally for 1/3 of the cost. And I had conversations with this dude. Now this dude don't get me wrong. This dude is Mr. Safety Conscious. So it's like, look, these aren't, this dude's Mr. Safety Conscious. So look, you're not going to knock up any of these chicks. You're already protecting yourself, left and right. You're not doing anything, to risk getting something or getting them knocked up. So what's the difference between them and going to a brothel?
Yeah.
Or using escort? What's the difference?
Yeah.
Except that you're going to save a third of the cost, and just think of how much time you're saving, because this dude literally, to be in your 30s again, because he's in his late 30s, and I'm like, to be young again, because this dude will literally, I swear, he spends easily 4 hours a day on the phone going back and forth with these different chicks. And I'm just like, this is just too insane.
Yep.
How do you do it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the other cost of your time, of all the bullshit.
And then he getting arguments with them.
Yeah. It's not even just a cost. It's like an energy drain.
Exactly.
It's actually worth more than the money that can replace it in a lot of time.
They're always in his pocket. And I had to take a step back from my relationship with him, because it's like, dude, I can't keep talking to you about this. I'm wasting hours talking to you about these crazy chicks. And it's like, why do you put up with it? But it says a lot about him and how he handles, because this dude doesn't know how to really handle, but anyway, that's another story. But I'm like, dude, you could literally go to the brothel and spend a third of what you're spending and eliminate all those headaches.
Yeah.
I could see if, he was in these exclusive relationships because he was, raw dogging and stuff like that. But hey, if you already are strapping up and you already take these precautions, there's no difference in my opinion.
There's not. Yeah. But I think just collectively, I mean, even for people who are younger and growing up, if they know they had that option, why are you just going to go date a girl? It will make it so women, when you go to date them, they actually have to make it worth your time.
Exactly.
Because they're going to say, like, well, I know that he can just go get like a mid-level prostitute for $200
exactly.
and bust a nut, and he won't. And now, once he busted a nut, it's going to be a week before he's even going to think about talking to me.
And it will eliminate
away. So the women will have to step their game up and actually be pleasant to be around, to the point where saying, you know what, I am spending a little bit more money and time with it on you, but you're actually making it worth it. Right now, it's just not, because there's no competition for them in this realm.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. This will be called the female burden of performance.
Exactly. No, you
but it is.
Look, you're spitting facts right now.
Yeah.
Because just think about how many countless men are in smexless relationships.
Yeah.
Just think of how many men are in a smexless relationship, or they have to wait until their birthday to get, something special or something strange on their birthday and stuff.
And
like that
woman is basically cheating anyways.
And so
it's like, what do we like? How about we stop all the cheating and just start being a little more honest? And it's just like, I don't see. It's actually more respectable to everyone around. And like, and some people are going to be like, I don't want to pay for it. It's like, I've never paid for anything like this. And some people are still going to do the old thing, and that's fine. You still can, but I think it would really change the market, because the women are going to be like, like, we have our thing getting messed up here. Like, I actually have to be I actually should be pleasant to be around, because he'll just go with that. And it's the same with, well, I guess OF is different, because guys are paying money to be around a woman. I don't know. OF is
only fools is the worst, because
but I'm saying this would help get rid of the only
exactly.
Fools. Why
exactly.
You just bang a chick, do something weird with her, and get it out of your system so you can function normally.
But let me tell you something else about some of these brothels. Some of these brothels some of these women are regulars. Like this is their job. They work there, and
Yeah.
so you literally have the ability. As a matter of fact, you literally have the ability to see the same girl over and over again. So you can literally go to the brothel 2-3 times a week and see the same girl. And as a matter of fact,
and we got to start to think that there's nothing wrong with that. The
well,
part that's more wrong
tell you a
with
personal
prostitution
story.
now is because it's illegal, it's shady, there's nug there. You know, you might get something stolen, or you know, the man from the man or the woman. It's kind of a mess. If we just did this, it would really change a lot. But I think it's just a little bit more honest. And it's like, what do we like? We're already paying. People are already paying for OF and stuff. So like, we're already there. We just really should just do this.
When I was living in Colombia,
women will vote against this.
When I was living in Colombia,
vote against it.
When I was living in Colombia, there was this one brothel I used to go to, and there was this one chick, and trust me, this chick was bad. I'll leave it at that. This chick was bad, and I would literally see her like twice a week, and I would go spend like an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours with her. We'd hang out, drinks at the bar. You know, we would be in the room, and mind you, she's helped me practice my Spanish. She's helped me learn how to do bachata and stuff like that. That we're literally, I'm just hanging out with a chick that I'm having a good time with, and it was a good experience, and to the point to where for like maybe 2 months up until I left in 2022. For like 2 months, I was seeing her like twice a week. And yes, I had my girlfriends and stuff like that. But I ended up hanging out with one of my boys, met her, had a good time, had a blast. It was on point. And I would literally go to the brothel and see her like twice a week.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
And as a matter of fact, one time, I got into an argument with my chick, and my chick pissed me off. And what did I do? I went over there.
You went over to the brothel, yeah.
I went over to see.
You blew off some steam.
Yeah, Jimena. That was her name, Jimena. And so, oh man, you're taking me
because she gave up.
Oh, trust me. Like I said, I wish I had some photos of this chick. You'll be like, damn. That's not. I think I might. I gotta double check. But yeah. So, but here's the thing. Women don't want that because they don't.
It makes them a commodity.
Well, how many times you heard these women say, you know, I like my man medium ugly because I don't need no other girls trying to get at him because they don't want the competition.
Yeah,
we've heard women say that. I like my man medium ugly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but if you have this outlet, it gives the man more power and to say like, yeah, actually, I'm just actually ugly, but I can go pay for the hottest chick in the whole place if I want to.
Exactly.
And that,
without the headache.
Went under my belt, and that's kind of all I need. And that, you know, I'm good. I'm going to accept the things that I cannot change and get a prostitute. You know, or whatever. You know what I mean? I think actually at this point, it's like, well, what do we like? We already live in a degenerate type country. So like, if anything, this will actually could be more respectful and classy in a way, you know, we got to make sure everyone's above, you know, of age. And I know it's not reinventing the wheel, but it'll flood the dating market where women have to be like, oh, well, they just have this other option now. Cause women already have this option with the brothel. In a sense, not a brothel, but they have such easy access to sex with not much barriers. They don't value it as much. With men, it's like we spend think of how much time people have bought cars and trucks and boats and everything just to look cool in front of chicks. We're at the brothel. That doesn't matter. You can roll up in a freaking power scooter and get blasted in there.
They would never know.
And
You'll never know.
But think of how much good that would do for like most people. I think it's Scott Adams. Actually, maybe I can look it up right now. He was saying that most people spend basically half of everything they do is for the opposite sex in some way or another. It's just the way we're set up.
Think about how much men are paying to take a chick out to eat. I mean, like I said, you even go to a chain restaurant. You go to Longhorn, and after 2 drinks and a couple of steaks and a couple of appetizers plus tip, you already in for at least $150.
Yeah.
And so
exactly.
And then you got these. We even got chicks out here that are telling men, you got to cash at me $100 or $300 before the date.
Yeah, and pay for the car ride and stuff.
We got chicks out here already doing that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, why don't we just go for it?
Yeah, and I'm telling you,
it's much more honest, and it's but women are the ones who don't want it, because the ones who don't live around any of this can really take you to the cleaners with stuff, and they can do it to multiple guys. So they can go out to eat every night of the week with some poor simp.
Exactly.
And this is actually how we kind of cure simping.
That's why they don't want it. That's why they don't want it.
Yeah.
Because it will crash the simp economy.
Exactly.
It will crash the simp economy.
Yeah. And that needs to happen to save humanity, basically, or save this nation and stuff, because people spend so much energy just trying to look cool in front of a chick, and it's actually kind of bad when they should just be trying to build themselves up in the right way and do things that are good for them, but they're gonna they have to do it to attain this thing, because sex is the biggest motivating factor for human beings. It always will be that way. But women are making it so impossible. They're not making it impossible, but you're making it so you have to jump through all these hoops. You say, I don't need to jump through a hoop for this. I'll put my dick through a hoop, but I'm gonna that's it. So it would really smash the simp economy and stop a bunch of simping online and everything. Because if you're getting, let's say it's your first month and you had a brothel and you get to go 2 nights a week. You're going Tuesdays and Saturdays or something, okay? After that month, you're not going to be simping anymore to these chicks online saying you look so beautiful, because they're never going to get with you. And you're like, well, I kind of have this other outlet, and I can, that's good enough for me, and I'm happy. I can just go about my life. It's so much better.
Out. But also, here's something else that you might not have considered. The divorce rate in some of these countries are significantly lower than the divorce rate here. So whereas the divorce rate in the U.S. is pretty much close to 50% of all first marriages end in divorce, or 50% of marriages end in divorce. Well, in a lot of these countries, specifically, let's say Colombia, for example, that's down to as low as 30%, the divorce rate.
Yeah. Because I think a lot of guys can get it out of their system and stuff. If they want to do some weird fantasy or something, get it out of their system, and then once they have it out of their system, they can say, "Hey, you know what? I had my fun. I did what I wanted. I'm ready to settle down and do all this." But to be honest, it's better that they cheat with a brothel once or twice than with the secretary at work for a whole year, then get busted.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm talking about, but here's the thing about Colombia. Even though their divorce rate compared to the U.S. is like 20% lower, that doesn't count, because a lot of people over there don't get married. They just live together, raise family together without getting married. So that's not counting them. And so they tend to stay together longer, because the women have to act in good faith, because they know that there's Casuela across the hall, or Casuela and Catherine across the hall will take your man if she gets half a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
So they have to compete. And here, the women here feel as though they don't need to compete.
Yeah. Exactly. This is I think it's a much better like the side effects are going to be worth it for the whole society, because like there's even some people who are just a mad person or something because they're can't get any chicks for whatever reason. Chicks don't make it easy. He should not have to suffer for that. How many times have we seen people shoot a place up or something like that because they have this sexual rage and whatnot? That's what they're saying. You want to stop the incel thing? Here you go. Stop it. And by the way, there can be female brothels and shit too. I don't care. Like we're already basically doing it. So why don't we just actually do it, tax it, do it properly, and like, you know what I mean? Like let's just take ownership of it.
But Snowboard, you're talking crazy, because if we do that, then how can women leverage sex? How can they use it? How can they leverage sex?
Manipulate,
and manipulate and use it as power.
Yeah.
You'll take away all their leverage if you do that. You're talking madness, Snowboard.
That's why basically it'll never happen everywhere.
Where'd it go? Like this is madness. No, this is Sparta. How dare you suggest you take away women's only real leverage when it comes to manipulating and controlling men? Yeah,
well, because it will, and they still will in the brothels and try to fleece guys for money and other stuff. But at least it's a step in a more positive direction. And like we're already, you know, like I said, if that's what I'm saying, it's actually more humiliating to go out on a date with a chick and everything, and it just like doesn't work out. Then you're like, I just spent a good amount of time texting, talking, building her up, doing all this. Meanwhile, she has 6 other guys like you that she can go and pick and choose from.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, well, what about when I have 6 women to pick from now?
Exactly. And you know something, you hit on something. Yeah, they make so with my boy.
It's like it actually kind of like makes equality in a way.
Well, think about it, and you're right. But here's the thing.
And another thing too, if you have someone, you got a friend who's like special needs or something, you bring him there, he'll love it. Shit like that. Bring the retarded people there. You know how they go to the libraries and stuff? Bring Easter seals. Bring the Easter seals to there. Let them get jacked off and all calm down, and they'll have a party. It actually would be kind of cool.
I think they prefer the term handy capable.
Handy capable. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, bring them there too. Why should they have to suffer? Seriously, they should. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's actually just. I don't know why they're not. Well, we know why they're not doing it for the reason that Seagrip just said, but it's just like just do it. You know, like it's really gonna just make everybody less stressed, happier, and it's more of an abundance.
And it's secure, it's regulated, it's safer. You don't have to worry about getting drugged or robbed.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry.
Or a cop sets you up. You know what I mean? It's actually a sting op, and now it's a narc there, and you're like, oh god damn it. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't be you get penalized for having a biological urge that you're programmed with.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like not everybody can get a ton of women. Most guys cannot. And even if they can, they may just not want to spend the time with the bullshit.
You cut out the transmission of STDs. Because these chicks, like I said, they get tested regularly. They're not going to lose. They're not going to lose their livelihood doing something that's going to cause them to lose their job. Because once again, once they test hot or something like that, everyone knows, and now they can't work anywhere. So they make sure stuff is trapped. And so no, that's the way, and personally, I think that's the way it needs to go. And if you are a man that got his stuff together, if you want to focus on your mission, your goals, your purpose, and
it's
you
the
don't
best way to do it. Yeah.
Or, because once again, the worst mistake you can make is fixing your wagon to the wrong chick. And so,
but now you can prevent it and vet the woman the right way, and
without, because too many men, they're so happy to finally get someone to touch their willy that they will do crazy and stupid stuff.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah.
Here's the thing:
they'll sell their soul for it, and it's like, dude, you sold your soul for what you could buy for like $300, dude.
So let me, guys. So man, I'm gonna pimp you on some game. Punani only has power over a man who can't get any.
Yeah.
Punani only has power over a man who can't get any.
Which is a lot of men, for whatever reason. It could be. I don't know. Let's say you got one arm, or I don't know, something like that. Like that guy should deserve. He should be able to,
But I think
get
those
his comeuppance too.
I think no.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like some people would be so healthy to just get it out of their system.
One of these days, I'm going to. So one of these days, I'm going to get. I remember one of my boys. One of the best things. I remember one of my boys. Because I say all the time, the most dangerous point for the most dangerous part of any man's life is when he gets out of a long-term relationship, whether he becomes a widower, recently divorced, or get out of a long-term relationship. Those men are very vulnerable because these are men that are used to being in relationships. And so often, literally the first chick that comes along and touches their willy, they lose their damn mind. And one of my boys, after 20 years of marriage, 22 years of marriage, his wife wanted to divorce him, kicked him out, everything like that, going through a divorce. And he was going through it, and he was simping hard. And I remember he came out to visit me, and he was out there for a week. And over a weekend, I took him out and exposed him to so much stuff that he was like, whoa. And the funny thing about it, after spending a week out in Colombia, hanging out with me, well, him and his wife got back together. because he was able to get out there and saw, whoa, I have access to all these beautiful women. And to the point to where he was actually contemplating moving out there. And here's the thing, when you would have saw him, as a matter of fact, I think I said, never mind. But yeah, I remember I had one party, I had him over, and if I showed you the photo, I think I showed you the videos in Discord, or if it was one of the parties. He just started moving different. And next thing you know, he stopped simping. He was no longer trying to beg his wife get back together. He was actually trying to hurry up and get shit moved along. He was trying to get shit moved along, that he was planning on moving out there. And they ended up working it out. So once she realized that, this ninja got options, and he's not
exactly. Now you have the options. So
he's not trying to beg me. He's not in my ass. He's not
exactly.
He's not bending over backwards. Now he's like, can we hurry and move this along? I want to get this together. I want us to sell this because I plan on moving to Colombia. Now, unfortunately, I'm persona non grata now, but oh well. You stay the F away from C grip.
You helped him get a grip on it.
No, but oh my God, because this dude was such a sucker. And he just didn't want to listen. But the funny thing about it, he got out there, and then I said to him, now will you start listening to me? And he was like, yeah. You had more fun in one afternoon with me than you've had in how long? And this could be your life. You don't have to settle for mediocre affections and mediocre outcomes. You don't have to settle for that. You've worked too hard to get to where you are.
Yeah. Everything is transactional anyways. Like you either are selling or being sold anyways, including with women. So why not just like do it this way?
Well, I'm gonna put you guys with some more game. And that's and you remember that movie was The Usual Suspect, when the dude was like the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, females, their greatest trick is overinflating their value.
Yes.
And underestimating yours.
Yeah.
And getting you to believe it.
To then devalue yourself.
Exactly.
Because a lot of people are like, well, I'm not getting it. Because a lot of people are like, well, I'm not getting any chicks and stuff, so I must be a loser. And it's just like, well, some of these chicks are just playing so many games, or you're not even getting a fair chance. And like, do you really even want a fair chance with them? Here, you get a fair chance with someone, and you can just get it out of your system.
Well,
like, I think for so many men, it will be so healthy, but it will hurt the marriage institution big time.
Well, here's the thing: it's already hurting.
Yeah, it's already hurting. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're already existing in the OF, Tinder age and all this. So why not just do this? Why not just have it like, on an app and you go meet somewhere or something, and then, maybe not app, but like, a proper facility. All you need is like a certified nurse. You don't need anything that crazy. So, you know what I mean? So just do this. I think it would really help. I think it would help men first, and then it will help women.
Hello?
So let's play this.
Oh, man. I need to get to my daughter, man. I don't know.
All right. Well, first we got to get through these tests so I can make sure you're good to drive. If you're good to drive, I'm going to cut you a ticket, and you're going to get out of here. That's it. Simple as that. You good?
Yes. I have 4 kids to take care of, dude.
Okay. Put your feet together. Your arms on your side. Okay. Can you see the tip of my finger?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to follow the tip of my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. You're going to keep your head still. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, Evil Eddie.
Keep your feet together.
Do you want to see it? It hurts.
You've already showed me.
Okay, it hurts.
Would you like to see an ambulance here?
No. I would have gone to the hospital yesterday when it happened. I literally went to work because I have to work for my kids.
All right. Stand right here for a second. All right, check it out.
Do you want to date this slob or go to the brothel? Do you want to take her to Arby's or whatever the hell this is over here, or TGI Fridays and stuff? So you can bang her once a week on a Friday night maybe and spend the route the same amount of money? Or do you want to go to the brothel?
I think you got a lot on your plate right now. This is going to confirm that. Are you willing to take this for me?
I want to go home.
Okay. Well,
can I leave my car here and walk?
No.
Can I call my mother?
Would you like to do some more tests so I can
No,
keep going?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
I'm done with this. I want to go.
And do you hear all the complaining, the whining, and all that? When you're around a girl who you're paid to do that, you're not going to have to deal with that. And that's pretty nice. Even right there is worth a lot.
My daughter at 7 o'clock.
The only reason I offer that right now is because your foot hurts. You're having trouble standing as it is. Okay.
And this chick here, who's a slob with 4 kids and a mess, she thinks she's better than one of you guys at home who, I don't know, is in their 40s or something and doesn't have a bunch of bastard kids and just lives a normal life in an apartment or something, working her 9 to 5. She thinks that she's better than you. And she's just because she's born with a gash, she thinks it's golden.
Tests involve you walking and standing on one foot.
My boss was about to fire me last night. You think I have time?
I care if you can do that.
I care too. I really do care.
Would you like to do it?
Yes.
Okay. So put your feet together for me.
Okay.
Right there. Okay. Stand in that position until I tell you to do otherwise.
Okay.
Can we agree the sidewalk's pretty flat and level right here?
It looks like it's going upwards, but yeah.
Do you think it's flat enough for you to walk 9 steps heel to toe and back?
Sure.
Okay. Take your left foot, place it in front of your right, just like
You just see the rude attitude and all that. That's another thing too. If you had the brothel model and stuff, they could never do that. You just say like, I'm not going to give you my money because you're just being a rude, immature bitch. I don't want to have to deal with that. So it's going to make us raise our standard for how we are treated all the time. And a lot of us don't take great treatment.
Stand in that position until I tell you to otherwise. When I tell you to, you're going to take 9 heel to toe steps.
The funny thing is, I was tripping already at work. I went to work. I'm not a pussy ass bitch. Man!
Wow, look at this. What a trying to be a dude here.
Dude, give me 1 minute. Are you kidding me? Pulling me over because I'm driving crazy? Man, I can't even walk.
Okay. All right. So do me a favor. Right now, you're going to turn around. Okay? Turn
No,
around.
no.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
You're going to be placed under arrest for DUI.
Why?
I've already
With 4 kids in the car. Oh, 5 kids watching. Jesus.
I've already explained that. Put your arms behind your back.
Can you please call my mother?
Sure. Right? Once we do this. Okay.
Why are you guys doing this?
Stop pulling away. Okay? Stop.
You're hurting me.
That's because you're not listening.
Why?
Absolutely.
Why?
You're under arrest for DUI.
Why?
Stop pulling away.
Can I put my shoes on?
In just a minute. Just get 3 kids in the car too.
Yeah, no, there's 5 kids in the
No,
car
it
and
doesn't
there's 2 kids somewhere else, dude.
Okay.
It's funny to
All
you guys, right?
No,
yeah,
it's not.
it is.
You guys are shaking because this is bullshit. Can I finish the rest
Nope,
of the
we're
test?
absolutely not. We're
Can
done.
I put my shoes on?
I'll get them for you in a
Dude,
second.
I don't want to go
Right
through
there.
this.
You have to.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
You're hurting my wrist. You don't have to
Okay,
bend
well,
it.
you're pulling away.
No, I'm pulling it against what you're pulling.
Have a seat for me.
Are you fucking kidding me,
No,
man?
ma'am.
Can you please call my mother? Can you please call the neighbor?
Sit back.
Why?
Push you into the seat.
Why? You guys could have finished testing me.
You're in the car.
For why?
Get in the
You guys could have finished. No, you could have finished testing me.
Okay. No, we're past that.
For why?
We are past that. Sit back or I'm going to pull you into that seat. Sit back.
Go ahead, rip my arm off. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is fucking ridiculous. You're ridiculous. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
I've already established.
What did I do? What did... Dude,
She's wasted.
breathalyze me first, bro.
Put your foot in.
Dude, breathalyze me.
Put your foot in.
Breathalyze me. Are you kidding me? For what? Breathalyze me. You guys are bogus. You know what? How many...
I'm so sick of saying, are you kidding? And bro and all that. Like, these women have no class at all. That's another thing. Prostitutes probably have... A call girl will actually have some goddamn class. You know, not Streetwalker 304 is like a escort call girl. They actually can teach you something about class and being a gentleman and shit. Like in a strange way, it actually is better for you than being like, who's gonna want to be around this? But some guy will take this girl out, like I said, to TGI Fridays on her only night off. deal with her, and then have to deal with her complaining all week, deal with her DUI, deal with all that for some box that you can stick your hand in and flip a coin.
There's no more. Are you talking about personal experience? that sounds kind of personal.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But guys, just FYI, I'm not talking street meat. I'm not talking street meat. I'm not talking, the Ripper Club. I'm not. No, I'm not talking any of that. But like a really legal, authorized. Like I said, I really do think that it's going to head that route anyway. Because at the end of the day, when stuff really hits the fan, because I really don't see the genie going back in the box in regards to women becoming more virtuous, conservative, coming and meeting men in good faith and having realistic expectations in regards to dating and mating, marriage and relationships. I think the genie's out of the bottle.
Yeah,
And
we don't have the purity that we think we have and stuff like that. Like we live in a kind of degenerate gynocentric way. And like we just got to say like, hey, in the West and in like this is what we're doing. So why don't take responsibility for it? Because we act like we're holier than thou, and we're just not. So just stop the charade. It's a lie.
Until we get rid of the social safety nets, until we get rid of the Section 8, the EBTs, that whole, and we start incentivizing the behaviors we want to see more, because there are some countries where, you know, if you're married and have 3 kids, you don't pay any income tax for life. If you married and have 3 kids, or 2-3 kids, there's some countries where you get interest-free loans on homes.
Russia, and you get like basically like $20K per kid, but it's not cash. It's like a voucher that you can buy like a minivan, put a down payment on a house, or get your kids, you know, sports equipment to do hockey, or, you know, mountain bikes, or I don't know, whatever they're going to do. You can use it for things like that. So, but if you have about 4 kids, you're going to give you a house, and but there they want you to do it in the right way, but they want you to stay married and stuff. But like this dynamic needs to change, because it's everyone's losing. Women are kind of winning a little bit, but when men win, everyone wins. When women win, men always lose.
And Clay, yeah, mostly Eastern European countries. And these countries are beginning to turn around the population collapse, because once
in most of these places, they all have home ownership too. They're not renting; they actually own their own home, which is a big deal. Like a lot of them own. I think Russia, it's like 93% of people own their own home or apartment or whatever. So don't have a gun to their head to pay rent to some giant corporation like BlackRock, where they're, you know what I mean? Like how are you supposed to build generational wealth and stuff if you can't even own your home? You know, it's very difficult.
And that's the reason why it's never going to happen here, because of these corporate entities. So yeah, because there's too much profit in it. There's too much manipulation in here. Just too much, at the end of the day, we're in a country where, and don't get me wrong, I love our country, but we're in a country where
we got a lot of problems that we're just not acknowledging it. This is one aspect of it.
Yeah.
But it's okay to, it's not anti-American to point out problems that we have.
The main issue is the people that can fix the problem benefit too much from the problem.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge we have. The people that can change and fix the problem benefit too much from it.
Yeah. So divorce lawyers, divorce courts, and all that, they love the institution of marriage and all that, because they're making money on it. Because
how crazy it is, you have, hyenas like, feral chicks like this that are running rampant, because there are no long-term consequences or repercussions for their poor choices and bad decisions.
Yeah. If they get rewarded for it, basically, exactly. And accolades, and if we have this other way where it's more the brothel and stuff, it's just it would just be different. You know what I mean? Like, I think it would really help men more. But when the men are helped more, they will actually be better towards the women and society in general.
Yeah, more helpful, more productive, more focused.
Yeah,
I think we'll see a drastic drop in DV, and so
I didn't even think of the domestic violence aspect. Yeah, so a lot of ways would change the tone,
because because that two-way partner violence. Because at the end of the day, because if you're a man that has options,
why would you stay?
Why would you stick around with some, mad feral chick yelling and hooping and hollering at you?
Yeah,
something. I'm
gonna go pay a hot 304, and if I like the pain, I'll let her put a cigarette out on me.
Look, I'm gonna go see Jimena.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see Jimena this afternoon.
Exactly.
How many times did I fucking bring donuts to you fucking guys?
What? She brings donuts? She's probably eating half the box herself.
Man! Brutalize me, motherfuckers! Dude, pinch my foot. Do it. Do it. Do it. Hurt me. Hurt me.
Hurt me.
I brought you guys
Hurt me.
so many times.
She brought donuts all these times, guys, so she can drive her 5 kids around drunk.
Break my fucking leg. It's already broken. Do it. Do it. I got my Oh, wow. Hit me in the face. Wow. Do you guys want to keep going?
Dude, can you cooperate?
I wasn't done doing the test, right? Act like a damn adult. You guys are trying to take me away from my kids.
Now you got
Yeah, they are, because you're an idiot.
resisting.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow. What?
So what do you got? She's 6 for 6 for HGM. Didn't do anything else. She's bouncing lane. She bounced off the curb 3 times pulling in.
Dude, what did I do? What did I do?
Wait, hold on.
What?
Snowboard. Go back. The cop got locked in the car with her. You remember? No, that happened. Remember?
Oh no, one guy was banging a woman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he had to call his supervisor to let him out. You know how that played out, right?
He got fired, or I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no, he resigned. They confiscated his uniform, and they found that creamy stuff on his belt. Like why do you got creamy stuff outside your uniform?
Yeah. Oh. I guess it was the cream of the cop. Oh,
damn!
Look at this demon.
Your kids picked up.
Dude, can you please finish testing me? Why are you guys arresting me?
And this woman has 5 kids, guys.
And then you wonder why single mother households have consistently the worst outcomes.
And that's another thing. If you have the brothel, you're not going to have a bunch of single moms because it's done in a better way. You can pump and dump the right woman and not have these little bastards running around.
Well, there will be single moms. Everybody. There will be single moms up in there. They just won't be your responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you don't get it twisted, because these demons, these demons will manipulate you into wanting to taking care of their kids. My boy, for example, he's dealing with he's talking, one of the chicks has 2 kids, and she had the audacity to ask him what's he getting one of her kids for their birthday. And I'm listening to that. No. As a matter of fact, it was Dia de los Niños. It was like this. It was just recently Children's Day in Colombia, and she called and wanted to know what he was going to get her kids for that day. And he said, "Didn't I just pay your rent? I got them a roof over their head."
Yeah.
I got them
still not good enough. Yeah.
Did I just pay your rent?
It's never good enough.
Why
they got a roof over their head for Dios de los Niños.
Protective custody.
No, please call my mom.
Then give us the phone number.
Okay, her number. You guys doing this if I didn't even finish the testing? Breathalyze me at least? Like, what the is this? This isn't okay.
We gave you that opportunity.
No, you guys literally just took me in the car. Dude, what?
When they say literally, they're lying.
Hey!
You were given the opportunity.
No. You guys were asking me questions, and then you guys.
Yeah, they asked you if you wanted to continue the test, and you told them to F off.
No.
Hey.
No.
Write this
guys
number down.
kidding? Please get my phone and my debit card.
We'll get it for you.
Dude, I don't. Dude, can you please test me?
No.
I don't understand what the f is going on.
You're arrested for DUI.
Why?
We can smell the alcohol. Now that you've been sitting back here, I can smell it. So let me tell you, you're already arrested for DUI.
For why? Dude, can you do the breathalyzer? I don't understand what's going on right now. Dude, my fucking kids, man.
You got a hold of your mother.
Dude.
How much have you had to drink today?
And if a woman is saying dude to you, just leave. Dudes say dude to each other.
Okay.
After the body cam footage ends during the suspect's transport to jail, officers are about to see her behavior dial up to 11.
I just want to go home.
No way.
Am I gonna
It gets
get
worse?
tested for
Wait,
real?
call
Because I
snowboard.
don't know what the f I'm getting arrested for, man.
Yeah. You're right. It's
Wait,
never.
stop.
It's never call my father.
Look, I need you to pause for a moment because I need to mentally prepare that it gets worse than this.
I don't know how it'll get worse. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she'll throw up or something.
Yeah, Trey, you're right. I've never heard. I've only heard once, maybe twice, in the 8 or 12 months I've been in these communities and watching these cams. I've only seen it once or twice where the chick was like, "Call my father."
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay it out for you. Okay, you're on arrest for.
It's funny because they'll say call my father, but they'll never say call my father, but they always say daddy.
DUI
and got you on speed dial.
Yep.
Child endangerment.
So how is that proven?
Because you have 5 children in the car. And you're
No, but how is that?
I might start going by the tree Diddy.
Proven that I'm drunk.
All right, we'll get to that in a minute.
Dude, whatever, bro. I'm gonna be here right all night.
As cooperative as you are, that's how fast this process goes.
When I take this handcuff off, you're gonna place your hand above that line. Does that sound good?
Yes, please, because they tighten them really fucking tight and it's hurting my arms, man.
Put your hand on the wall.
I was about to quit my job yesterday because it's fucking funny that my job. Man, you guys are the fucking same. Nobody gives a shit. Like, I don't know what the f you want
Ponytail Patrol is pretty hot.
for me. I don't know, man. I do everything I fucking can for my fucking kids.
Look at this mess here, monkey face.
And you guys are, dude.
She probably does everything she can for her 5 kids, but guess what? If you don't have a man around, it's not enough.
I would say, except get him a father.
Yeah.
Except get him a father.
Yeah. We don't know what color the kids are, but we'll see. If it's 5 kids, there's a pretty good chance.
At least one of them is
one has a little bit of color.
Somebody drug test me, please. Please.
We'll get there.
Please, dude. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go fucking insane. You guys took me away from my baby.
Stop.
I want my kids, bro.
Okay.
And I can't have them now. You guys are gonna put that all in candy. I don't understand why the fuck I have to be going through this shit when I do so much for my fucking kids, man. I do so much for my kids, man. I do everything that I can for them.
Except for having a stable home and role model.
Yeah, except a stable home, drive him around sober, shit like that. Look at this. She's short.
She's crashing out.
Yeah.
I'm there. I'm not playing. I do everything that I can for them. My life means nothing, and I do everything for my fucking kid.
Yeah.
She changing colors. She's about to turn into the Red Hulk.
Yeah. But guess what? When you have 5 kids, yeah, your life does mean nothing. It is about your 5 kids. You're supposed to put your kids before you.
Are you fucking playing with me? That really hurts. You're really hurting me. I'm not even fucking moving. I'm just talking to you guys. I don't even have
How do you not have a headache after this?
I don't know.
I'm sure if I was yelling and screaming and hooping and hollering like this, I would have such a headache right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Little orphan Annie.
Yeah. Little orphan Annie with this chick with 5 kids.
Yeah.
She's probably about 33 years old or something like that. 5 kids. Wow.
5, 6 years.
Okay, I'm going to put this in, and you're going to have the opportunity to perform this test. Okay?
You guys want to guess what she's going to blow at? Put in the chat. I'm going to go 1.6, which is double the legal limit in most states. Most states it's 0.08. I'm going to put 1.6. Because I think she's kind of a little bit of a seasoned. I think she just drinks all the time, so she probably doesn't actually really feel that drunk. But she's lit. She is lit tonight. And someone said she's going to miss the blunt tonight or something like that, which was actually pretty funny. Yeah, 0.30. Maybe it could be 0.500.
I don't want. I'm gonna have to stay here longer.
If you don't, your driver's license is automatically suspended for 1 year.
Did she just say this is what she wanted?
With that being said, I'm going to show you. You're going to wrap your lips around the straw, okay? You're going to give a long.
She knows how to wrap her lips around.
Just like this.
Oh yeah.
And if it's over, then what?
There's going to be a little bar on the screen, okay? The idea is to get it all the way across. Do you wish to do the test?
Sure. You already ruined my life enough. Can I go to the bathroom after this?
Yes, as soon as this is done.
Great. Are you sure you don't want to poke me and take my blood too?
Nope.
What if I want you guys to though? So you guys get a better accurate rating.
Are you willing to perform the test?
She just wanted to get poked.
Go right ahead. One long deep breath.
Oh yeah, she gets poked.
Go. Blow, 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 blow. Keep going.
And that's over, right?
It sure is.
I don't want to do it anymore. I
That's
don't.
fine.
It's already
We're gonna go
done.
right over that cell. You can use the bathroom now.
And I'm going to be arrested for how long?
Until we get out of here. You're leaving tonight.
They don't even want her here.
I'm leaving tonight, and where do you think I'm going to go? Without my kid?
Go that way.
Yeah, of course you don't.
We're gonna go back to them streets, ho.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where? Before you guys tie me up, can you walk?
You know where she met her the guys at? Cucky Cheese. Oh!
Me there? I can't.
Let's go.
Why am I getting Debbie Gallagher vibes?
Yeah, we'll see how crazy she gets.
Hey, come this way. That door right there.
Where?
That door right there.
Bullshit, man.
1932. I'm really surprised that took that sample. But I've never seen the bar actually go that far. These things are usually pretty picky. Cool. Easy day.
What was it?
The suspect's breath test resulted in a
1.36. Holy crap, that's a lot. So that's almost double the limit.
1.36.
Let me see what you guys put in the chat for that so I can see who. 0.16, 0.304. So I was actually fairly close.
Blood alcohol level, well above the legal limit. The suspect, Melanie, was charged with driving under the influence. She was not given any charges related to child endangerment, despite 5 of her 7 total.
Why not?
5 of 7?
Being in the
5 of 7. Oh my God. What a slore.
vehicle with her while she was driving. She took a plea deal, pleading guilty to DUI in exchange for the sentence of 2 years of court-monitored supervision. In addition, she was ordered to attend parenting class, attend a victim impact panel, and attend DUI school. She was also ordered to pay $1,911.50 in court costs.
You ever sit at a red light and glance over and just know something feels off in the other car? 5 kids unbuckled, driver all over the road, and when it's...
Why didn't she get in charge for being no seatbelt? We would get in trouble for that.
She took a plea.
Yeah.
Stops.
Oh
It
my
doesn't.
goodness. 5 of 7 children.
Wow. Can you imagine that?
And that's another downside to this whole population decline or of below because the people that should be having children are not, while the ones that really shouldn't be having children are. So what do you think that means for the future of this country, where the dregs of society are the ones that are reproducing, whereas the people like you, me, Keyshawn, Evil Eddie, we're the ones, that aren't, having 2, 3, 4 children. Because in all honesty, we're the ones that should be having
We'll
several
make a better
children.
parent. Yeah. It's it's a big problem that we have, and I think the brothel actually would really kind of help some of that, and maybe the brothel will help these slores too. You know what I mean?
Well,
if these chicks want to get Chad and Tyra, well, they already are doing that, but maybe they should do it with a guy who works at a brothel who has a vasectomy, so this cannot happen.
Or better yet, if you want to get dick down, dick decimated, and dick destroyed by 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 dudes a week.
yeah, they will.
Be in an environment where you have to protect yourself, you're tested, and you're compensated for it.
Yeah. She got a discount she got the donut discount. If she was taken in the donut, she wouldn't have 7 goddamn kids.
That is just insane.
That's insane.
But this also tells you a lot about the men that are impregnating her.
Yeah.
This tells you a lot about her, but it even tells you a lot about them.
If they went, do you think they would be happier if they went to the brothel or they were paying her child support? And you have to be one dad of 7 kids or whatever the heck
exactly.
It's a mess. I wouldn't want to be around that, and I don't blame those men for not wanting to be around that. But they chose to stick their dingling in it. Why? Because they didn't have another. They didn't have another option for the most part. Wow.
Like I always say, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I'm actually curious. So, people in the chat, just out of curiosity, if there was a chick that had 5 kids, I'm gonna give it 5 kids. I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you would still smash, and I want you to put a 2 in the chat if it's hell no. Just out of curiosity, I just want to hear what the guys in the chat said. If there was a chick that had 5 to 7 kids, I want you to put a 1 in the chat. If you're like, hell, 2 condoms, no kissing, why not?
Yeah.
Or 2, if you're like, oh, hell no. Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
You are going to be placed under arrest.
Me?
Mm-hmm. You're Allie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's going to be for predatory criminal sexual assault.
We have the newly released body cam.
And how much you want to bet? Oh, she is a teacher.
Camera video of the moment a substitute teacher is arrested for having sex with an 11-year-old boy. Allie Bardfield admitted to having sex with that boy and is now serving prison time. But she wasn't always honest in this investigation, and the body camera video proves that. I'll show you what she told detectives at her front door and how she blamed the victim in this case. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Allie Bardfield entered a guilty plea for having sex with an 11-year-old student of hers. It is a shocking story. And what's even more shocking is how she tried to play it.
She might have gotten no jail.
At her front door.
This happens a lot.
Before I get to that body camera video, here is Bardfield in court in Macon County, Illinois, where all of this took place about 3 hours south of Chicago. This is the hearing where Bardfield admitted to abusing her student who is just 11 years old. But Bardfield wasn't always truthful to law enforcement in this investigation. This is the body camera video of the day that she was arrested in April of last year. Now, part of the audio is redacted, which is why you'll hear it drop out at times.
We see, I don't think I've really covered this a lot on my show, but we've seen these teachers are absolute freaks. They love this stuff.
Okay.
6:38.
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, do it now.
Hey, how are you? Hey, is Allie home? Yeah. Okay. Sheriff's
They're
Office,
muting
I'm
it.
assisting
Okay.
the Mountain Police Department. How many kids are home? Three kids. Okay, just you guys and the kids. Okay.
And
Because-
someone else.
Yeah, it's my brother. My brother is your brother. Okay. So here's the thing. We have a search warrant for the house. Okay. You know, you are going to be placed under arrest.
Me?
You're Allie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's going to be for predatory criminal sexual assault to grooming. Okay, so that's why we're here, to take a look, to make sure we gather what we need out of the house.
But I thought it was only men who groom them, right, guys?
Okay.
For what?
Yeah, so I'll talk to you more about it here in a second. Okay. As a matter of fact, if you guys want to go in and start doing that,
Can I put the dogs up?
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
please.
We're gonna have to follow you in though,
Yeah.
just to make sure. Okay. Do you have
One's a German Shepherd, so.
Okay. James, you want to stay here with me?
So you can see Barfield acting confused and shocked as to why detectives are at her door accusing her of sexual abuse and grooming. This is going on around 4:30 in the afternoon on April 3rd, 2024. The day prior, detectives say an 11-year-old came to the police station with his parents saying Barfield, his 6th grade teacher, sexually assaulted him. Barfield worked in the Decatur, Illinois
What do we got here? Tattoo sleeve.
school system. She was considered a long-term substitute teacher for the 6th grade class.
Two
She gave off the fun
sleeves.
teacher vibes on,
Wow. What a 304.
social media. Here she is on TikTok
What I tell
with a
you.
young girl.
Yeah, and she's on
What I tell you.
TikTok.
Men, these chicks with these tattoos, multiple piercings or unnatural hair colors, septum rings, you know, pattern recognition. There's a reason why we evolved to recognize patterns. And I'm telling you, when you get to be, you know, in your 40s and 50s, it's like it's not that you're a psychic. It's just that you just seen the pattern over and over and over again. And here's the thing: I don't care if Seagrip, only, you know, two out of 10 women that have sleeves and everything like that are angels with a heart of gold. Okay, well, if you want to play those odds, so be it.
Yeah,
I'm not. No, I'm not going to be like Don Quixote tilting against windmills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, hours before her arrest, police say the 11-year-old boy did an interview with a specialist to talk about the abuse. Deputies also collected a sexual assault kit from the victim. Now, here's more of what the detective told Barfield at her front door when she was arrested.
I'm going to explain some things to you, okay?
She was probably married too. I don't know why she has to do this.
First off, I have to read.
And probably why she does this, because she does have access to men.
Actually,
she wants what she cannot. She wants what she cannot have.
Actually, if you want, it's ironic you put this clip on. Earlier today, I was watching Rollo Tomasi. He did a clip on Rational Male talking just about this and women and their decisions. I'll put the link to that clip in the private chat if you want to check it out.
I'll include it at some point in this video.
Your rights, okay,
Thanks.
so I can talk to you, okay? You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney, and if you can't afford one will be appointed to represent you free of any cost to you. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been in trouble before? Okay. I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain, but long story short is, okay, we've got a significant amount of evidence to include the conversation that you had with.
According to the court documents we have, at her front door, Barfield denied having sex with the boy. The audio is redacted at that point, but you heard the detective say they had a considerable amount of evidence, including a conversation that Barfield had. Now, he's likely talking about the conversation Barfield had with the boy earlier that day, just hours before all of this happened, after his forensic interview. Police say that they and the boy's parents were listening in on a text, a voice call, and a FaceTime that Barfield had with the young boy. They say during those conversations, Bardfield talked about birth control and pregnancy. She also told the boy to delete text messages, and then they moved on to a phone call. And during that call, Bardfield told the boy that
Can you imagine this creep woman doing that? It's crazy.
Not get pregnant. She is talking with an 11-year-old. She is in her 30s. Now, police say on March 29th, 2024, Bardfield had that 6th grade student, her victim, over to her house. It was for a play date. That child's mom noticed her son acting differently after the visit, though. According to police, the mom then...
he was walking with a little bit more swagger.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is insane.
Yeah, you know what happened? This is what happened.
You go to recess now, nobody comes back. Where the rest of everybody shot them, teacher, they did.
Watch this.
When I went to school, I gave the teacher an apple. She accepted it. Teacher don't want no goddamn apple. An apple, nigga. I want some dick, nigga. Can you screw, nigga? You know math, you got 9 inches, nigga. Move your ass, nigga. The teacher's a freak now. Teacher, I want to.
This was years ago too.
Paul Mooney.
Yeah, Paul Mooney is extremely talented. He wrote a lot for Richard Pryor. So Richard Pryor is obviously funny on his own, but he wrote a lot for that and a ton of movies and stuff. He's a very talented guy.
Baby, nigga. I want 2 babies. Now, some of you quiet and scared like I'm making this up. You knew it about that white woman screwing that 14-year-old boy. Y'all ought to stop being naive like it's me.
And here we have an 11-year-old.
And then no white lady can get crazy. White lady, we know you can get crazy, so we're going to forgive you. Now, you can't go do nothing with him. We're going to let you go now. It wasn't a week. She was up in front of the house giving him head. A freak.
That's what happened to the kid.
And y'all are so naive. School started at 9. Your child is up at 5 in the morning drinking coffee and whistling. He's screwing. Getting A+ because he's laying pipe. Teacher's a freak.
I think last time I played that I had like an issue, so I don't want to play
Insane.
Yeah.
That is just mad crazy. This is just mad crazy.
But she looks like a 304, guys.
Oh, she is.
Anyone's a teacher or a substitute teacher. Like, here's the thing. This makes you lose professions. And she should have worked at a brothel. Instead of a substitute teacher, she should have just worked at a brothel.
That boy, she also sent him $700 on Cash App. She bought him headphones that go for more than $400. She also sent nude photos to him on Snapchat. Here's the moment Bardfield is led away after this story gets even more shocking.
I'm going to talk to her real quick. No, I'll talk to you here about that. So that lady is...
Oh my God.
No, but listen.
Make a nice show us secure out here.
We are going to give you...
This sheriff is actually doing very, very...
Yeah, almost a little too nice.
I'm telling you right now, if this was
a man
or me,
yeah,
or Evil Eddie, man, it would be like, get to the ground. We would have been face down in dirt, cuffed up, and dragged to that car.
Yep. She's getting treated great. Like, oh,
Anybody,
can we get you a coffee? Can we get you want to stop at Starbucks? Right?
Your kids.
Anyone in the chat disagree? Please let me know.
Sit in the back because I want to be out of the wind and air. And I'm going to have you have a seat in this second vehicle here.
Showing registered 56.5 and 300. OP revoked.
Which seat?
This up right up here.
Just of the OP has been served to him.
You good, buddy?
Yep.
They letting her ride in the front and they didn't handcuff her?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
What the hell?
Is the heat on high enough? They're gonna say shit like that.
Bartfield then gets into a police vehicle to talk to detectives. The audio is redacted, but according to court documents that we have, this is what she said. At first, she once again denied having sex with the boy, but then the detective said he had seen the nude pictures that she sent the boy on Snapchat. And when asked why she would send nude photographs, a teacher in her 30s, to a boy just 11 years old, she said, quote, he kept asking and asking and asking and wouldn't leave me alone. The document also states that the victim had sent the teacher—
It's probably all bullshit.
explicit pictures. Well, if you ever notice how some habits just sneak into your day without you even realizing it, for a lot of people, that means about quitting.
He just wore me down.
Yeah. Made the switch to fuel your experience. That police are laying out the evidence they have against her. And you can see her put her head in her hands as she realizes what her fate is likely going to be. It is notable that Barfield tried multiple times to say that the boy made advances on her, that all of this was the 11-year-old's fault. At the end of this part of the conversation, Barfield, according to court documents, was asked about how she was feeling. And she replies, quote, I have—
Maybe he just wanted some Yogi-Ho cards. Oh!
my criminal justice degree. I'm in my master's program. This isn't how I want my life to be. But
oh, really?
But I didn't want the victim to feel uncomfortable as I felt uncomfortable. But I was just trying to act like nothing happened and just be there for him. At the end of the conversation in the cruiser, police say that Barfield threatened to—
Now, if this was someone her age, she would not be there for him.
Take her own life. She was then
but can you imagine if a man had said this? She wanted it. She just wouldn't stop asking for it.
Mm-hmm. It's gaslighting.
Yeah. She wore me down.
Yeah.
Taken to the county jail. And from that moment on, Barfield was held without bond. Per WAND TV, here's the moment the judge at her first court appearance told her what the punishment could be for the charges that she faced.
It's a Class X felony, punishable by 6 to 60 years in the Department of Corrections. That would be served at 85%, followed by a mandatory supervised release of 3 years up to natural life and up to a $25,000 fine. It is not a probation eligible offense.
So 6 to 60 years, but she's not gonna. I don't think she's gonna get a crazy amount of time. It's probably gonna be. It'll probably be like
4 or 5.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And if convicted,
basically, she'll be back at a school at 45 years old.
No. As a sex offender for the rest of your natural life.
Then in August of this year, Barfield pleaded guilty to having sex with that boy. The state is now asking for a max 40 years in prison.
Whoa.
Wow. There we go.
Was to the 60 years that she could have faced if found guilty at trial. As far as the Decatur Public School District, where Barfield worked, I reached out for comment in the wake of her guilty plea. They told me since they weren't party in that criminal case, they wouldn't comment. They did fire Barfield after her arrest. The victim and his family, though, are suing the school district, and they claim what happened was not an isolated incident. I spoke to a Sim Cunningham, who's representing the family, and this is what he said about his lawsuit.
What they really, really want to take place, though, is that other kids and other families who may have been a victim of this woman's acts to feel confident that if they come forward,
because this woman probably did it to other kids,
that we can, hold the school district accountable for the lack of supervision that resulted in Ms. Barfield being able to commit these acts.
And does the family believe that there are more victims of Allie Barfield?
I can't speak for the family directly. There has been information that has come to light, some of which has been put into the complaint against the school district that leads us to believe that there may be more victims of Miss Barfield, and there are likely more victims of abuse and harassment by faculty in the Decatur public school system against students.
Yeah.
When Barfield was arrested.
Yeah, so here's another thing that happens in these schools and stuff. A lot of times it's right out in the open. You know what I mean? But no one really says anything about it. They just kind of go along to get along. They're like, oh, well, they're just being crazy. They're just silly. They're being silly or whatever. and no one says anything. And like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what are you doing? Especially women know what other women are up to and they need to call it out, but they don't. And at the school, I guarantee you that school is like the only man there is like the janitor in that school. The rest, it's all women.
All I can say
they
is,
allow it to happen.
So I want to get personal for a second, Snowboard, if it's okay.
Sure.
This is saying, by the grace of God.
And Seagrip actually effed his teacher.
No,
I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No, see, but see, here's the thing. When I was as you know, I grew up in one of the worst housing projects in Philadelphia, and so I went to a Catholic elementary school, and literally from first grade until I was in the 7th grade, I was an altar boy. I was literally at church every Sunday, all day. I had keys to the computer lab. I was literally in school sometimes 6 days a week, open to close. And school was a safe haven for me. And I am just so fortunate. I went to a Catholic school, and you hear about all these crazy stories. And, I just thank God that I was surrounded by people that were true educators and true servants of the Lord. And, and they embraced me, they nurtured me, they cared for me, and they provided a safe place for me. And I look at how crazy this world is now, and this is just insane. I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine stealing a child's innocence when you are in this position of trust and authority. And I just say, by the grace of God, I'm just so fortunate that I had good people in my life. And so by the grace of God, I'm just so fortunate, because this world is insane now. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to get deep there, but when I hear stuff like this, it's just insane.
Yeah, again, we have this. Can we have the brothel now? These hoes are doing this all the time. Can we just make the brothel now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're already kind of degenerating. So why not just try to take some, in fact, that the brothel being there might actually help maybe diminish some of these problems.
Yeah, because maybe she could have did that for a living instead of.
She could have, exactly. Yeah, she could have did that. She's a substitute. She's a sub. She needs a dom. Oh.
She said, according to court documents, that no other people would be coming forward saying that she sexually abused them. It's important to remember, when she was confronted with these allegations, it wasn't until detectives laid out their evidence that she admitted what she was saying originally was a lie. She'll be sentenced on September 25th. Joining us now to talk about this is prosecutor and former Deputy Attorney General of Ohio, Mark Weaver. Thank you, as always, for being with us on Law and Crime. If you were a prosecutor on this case and you watched that body cam video of Allie Bardfield, what would stand out to you?
Well, it's very good body cam footage. We can see exactly what happened. The sheriff's deputies were extremely professional in the way they executed the search warrant. She gave it up pretty quickly. She told the truth pretty quickly.
She gave it up pretty easy to that 11-year-old too.
That's what he said.
Night having sex with this child, but pretty soon when they let her know that they had recorded calls, they had text messages. There's a great case here. I wish all of the sex cases that I prosecute had as much evidence as this one. This is a pretty airtight case.
Because when you look at, she'll be sentenced later this month. And, in the beginning.
Let's go what Seagrip suggested.
Yeah. So I just want to preface this. So Rollo Tomasi, he's like one of the godfathers of the manosphere, wrote a bunch of books. And a lot of content creators actually give him his flowers. As far as Red Pill, Female Nature, he's wrote a number of different books. And what I liked about this video was he actually discusses the false misconception of, women and their dual sexual nature, the whole alpha fucks, beta bucks. Well, where women are chasing guys of higher status and position. Well, no, that's not the case. And so this is like unflattering about children's nature. He's going to talk about this whole teacher stuff. So this was very interesting. That's why I brought it up to you.
Sure. Yeah.
For age students, that completely, and I said this when it happened, that completely destroys, absolutely, utterly, irrevocably destroys mate switching hypothesis. Okay. Sorry, Dr. David Buss. But that pretty much puts the last nail in the coffin in that theory. Now, what is mate switching hypothesis, you ask? Well, funny you should ask, because I wrote a very long essay about that, and I made it free because I wanted everybody to know just how fucking wrong they were. So mate switching hypothesis was introduced by Dr. David Buss in Men Behaving Badly, his book, which was basically his primer for his dating site. Probably the worst book he's ever written. Now, he's written some very good books. This one of them. It was lip service. It was pandering to the female imperative is what it was. But part of that is, well, we can't have, but it's unflattering if we follow dual mating strategy, which is basically hypergamy, which is alpha fucks, beta bucks, right? It's long-term. That's the dualness of it, right? They want the best genetic. Women's mating strategy is they want the best genetic short-term sexual side of things, some material. They want to fuck the bad boy. They want to fuck the alpha. And then they still need provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Great if you can find them in one guy, but unlikely. And so therefore there's a dual mating strategy that goes between the two of them. Okay.
So in other words, what he's saying is
very
so in other words, what he's saying is they want to fuck snowboard, but they want me to wife them up and take care of them. So that's what he's saying.
Stupid, brief, simplistic nutshell. Okay. It is the most obvious and most empirically, like observably provable, robust hypothesis that has ever been presented to mankind. Okay. But it's very unflattering to female nature. Remember what I said is if I say women's mating strategy is dual mating strategy, that sounds pretty unflattering. So we've got to find some sort of male counter for it because it's yin and yang, right? We can't let that go. We can't let that crime go unanswered. So what they do is they say, well, it doesn't look like dual mating strategy is really a thing. It looks like a mate switching strategy is really where women are at. And so what that proposed was that, well, women actually, hypergamy is a thing, but it's only the beta buck side of it. And the only reason women would cheat is to get a guy who's a higher social status, makes more money, and he's just a better badass. He's making more money. He's a higher value guy. So she goes from a lower value guy, relatively lower value guy, to a higher value guy. And that's what motivates her to fuck. Because it sounds prudent, doesn't it? She's just making a good business decision. She's just making a good decision. She's investing in the security for the rest of her life and her children and everything. So this guy's okay, but he's not exciting and he doesn't make a lot of money. I'm going to divorce him and get with Jeff Bezos. I'm going to get with the guy who's above him in social stature. That was great until Steve Harvey's wife decided that she wanted to cheat on him with their personal chef and their bodyguard and the bodyguard. Mm-hmm. Neither of which had anything like the money or the status of Steve Harvey. Okay, so were that true? I would say that shows a little some chinks in the armor there, right? I don't think that's as robust as the dual mating strategy. Over the course of probably 6-8 months, even, and I got to give him credit. Even Mack and Murphy said there's really not much. There's not much to mate switching hypothesis. Dual mating strategy is probably the one. He was what was it? Forget what the study that his group did, but I think it was like. I know what it was. It was I think they polled women and men and women who had extramarital affairs, and the thing they were looking for was the guy better looking and better in bed, and across the board, that was the reason why they were cheating. So pretty much dual mating strategy and not that, right? Well, you can also say the same thing about hybristophilia. Right? Hybristophilia is the tendency for women to want, and not saying every woman, but only women are hybristophiles, meaning that these are women who will be sexually attracted and fall in love and become obsessed and infatuated with guys who are, known murderers,
Yeah, they love that.
convicted murderers,
Paul Bundy, Charles Manson, etc.
Islamic warlords, terrorists, gang members. Insert the criminal activity of your choice here. It's not just incarcerated. People think that hybristophilia is only limited to like Luigi in prison. You're just talking about Luigi. No, I'm talking about Anders Breivik. I'm talking about Dahmer. I'm talking about Richard Ramirez. I'm talking about Ted Bundy. I'm talking about Nicholas Cruz. I'm talking about even was it James Holmes, who was the Aspen, Colorado theater shooter? If you've seen James Holmes, there's no way James Holmes was getting when he was just James Holmes. But you put him in prison after that shooting, and suddenly he has a teenage fan club. It's hybristophilia. Hybristophilia puts another
I never heard of that term before.
nail in the coffin of mate switching hypothesis. And then finally, we have our.
So I think it means like hypergamy, but with who you shouldn't be with, I guess. Not
teachers.
They're not necessarily younger. Oh, here we go about the teachers.
And our
go back to that
switching hypothesis. And then finally, we have our teachers and our underage students. There is no way that 16-year-old boy represents anything like a bump in status for that teacher, or in any way is making any kind of money, anyway has anything other than he's hot and he wants to fuck and she wants to fuck him, and they happen to be in close proximity over and over and over again. Got it? Bam. Goodbye. Bye, mate switching hypothesis. And you know what? People keep asking me for a definition of mate switching hypothesis, and I have to keep giving you what I just the detailing it for you, just like I did. And you know why I have to do that? Because it's like a fart in the fucking wind. Gone. And what's in its place? Assortative mating strategy or assortative mating. Like that took place of it, because they couldn't say, well, let's sweep that under the carpet. We were kind of wrong about the mate switching hypothesis. So, hey, let's bring in assortative mating, because we're never going to ever accept that dual mating strategy is it, because it's unflattering of female nature. They will never accept that. And guess what? The female teacher, student also countervene assortative mating. Sorry. Let's go back to dual mating strategy. All we have to do is look, it's right here in front of you, right here, right in front of your fucking nose. If you just the curve this high, you guys can fucking do it, right? They won't accept it. They can't accept it because it would be accepting a gynocentric social order. It will be accepting of the fact that they have to actually understand that there are some pretty unflattering aspects of female nature. I'm red pill. I'm in the manosphere. I don't have any compunctions about that. I don't have to worry about that because I ain't getting paid for this shit anyway. We're doing this setup, because it's a labor of love. So we don't have to worry about shit like that. So we'll be more than happy to talk to anybody who wants to, the door's open. It's open right now. You can come in right now. Come to the studio. I'll be happy to. You can sit across the table from me, and I'll be happy to talk to you. I'll be happy to entertain any kind of debate you might have about anything I've discussed about dual mating strategy, assortative mating, or mate switching hypothesis, which is you don't even know what it is anymore. Happy to. Matt Walsh, Knowles, Michael Knowles, all the rest of you guys who want to come in and talk about social issues you want to talk about. I loved watching Andrew Wilson dismantle Konstantin Christen, right? Absolutely dismantled him. And he got what he asked for. He wanted, where can I find him? Where's a guy who's actually going to, push back? Hey, you got him. And you are he fought you to a standstill. Bravo, man. I got to give Andrew Wilson props, man. There's certain things I'm going to disagree with Andrew, and he's going to disagree with me. But I tell you right now, that was fucking yeoman's work. Constantine. The thing is
So he kind of gave a little bit of background to where this comes from.
And we watch it now in hindsight, knowing the evidence that prosecutors and detectives had in this case, and there was a lot. And she initially is like, well, I've never been in trouble. I'm like my house, me, and then
yeah,
she,
they always do that.
After that, seems to almost blame the victim a bit, saying that he was the one who wanted explicit messages, which, like, we're talking about an 11-year-old. It's so hard to wrap your mind around. How could those statements made back in 2024 impact how a judge goes forward with whether accepting this plea deal and giving her the maximum, which I believe the state is asking for 40 years?
Yeah, the top end is 40 years. It could have been 60 years, depending on whether some of these counts would have merged and how many different sexual encounters there were. A jury would have hated her when they found out that she essentially claimed that this child, this 11-year-old little boy, a 6th grader, was somehow the instigator. A judge won't like that either. I'm going to guess that her defense lawyer is going to coach her up ahead of the sentencing, have her come in there and reel back in any notion that this was the child's fault. But this is what we see with some of these sex predators. They don't see that what they're doing is wrong. They're just acting out their fantasies. They're being the person they want to be. And mind you, she's got a degree in criminal justice and is working on a master's degree. So the notion that she doesn't know somehow that this is illegal.
She knew better.
Yeah.
It really is. And preposterous is a good word, because just reading through the court documents and the affidavit, and you see some of the statements she's making, and you're just like, what planet are you living on? And frankly, just hearing it, like, and even the line where she talked about having a criminal justice degree, and she's like, I just wanted to make him feel comfortable or something on those lines. And you're like,
you know what planet she's living on? Her anus. Oh, because she's an asshole.
Is, just as far as not from the legal standpoint, you're like, what are you talking about? When it comes to that hearing, and if she does give this emotional, statement in front of the court, how could that impact what the judge decides? Because often, I see those hearings and the judge, it looks like he looks over something for maybe a couple minutes and then makes his decision. Is there what impact could a statement from her, even if it's really good, have on what her sentence could be?
I've been in front of a lot of judges sentencing a lot of sex offenders over the years. And these judges typically come into the sentencing hearing with their mind made up. They have written out the words they have to say in order to make sure that the sentence sticks. And occasionally something a victim says or something the defendant says, you'll see the judge adjust it, reach over with a pen and maybe scratch something out or maybe fill in a blank. But most judges are ready with an idea of what they want to do before they even set foot. And then only in these marginal cases do they change it. Judges are also really good at seeing through sort of courtroom.
You know what she said when the cops came over there and they said, what do you do with this 11-year-old kid? Do you touch him? She's like, you got to be kidding me.
Not cool, not cool.
Like, when you read what she said she admitted to, and when you watch the footage of the warrant call the police did, that's when you see the real person.
She's like, he was really playing Minecraft games with me.
The person in court has been, properly dressed and properly coached and is reading from a script. Good judges know that the way the defendant appears in court is often a put on.
So she'll end up, 20 years off of what she could have received as the max if she was found guilty, if she took this to trial. just reading through the court documents of all the evidence, just even extending explicit pictures, which police have, to an 11-year-old boy, why make a deal when it seems like you would have?
Imagine if one of you guys did that to an 11-year-old girl. You'd be cooked.
Had her right.
We'll be under a cell.
Yeah, and then when you do get into jail, you're cooked even more.
Oh, yeah.
In nearly every case where a prosecutor pleads a child sex case out, it's two basic reasons. One is certainty of conviction, which I think would have been present here anyway. But more importantly, not making an 11, he's probably 12-year-old boy soon, sit in a witness stand in front of a bunch of strangers and say what happened in the most embarrassing thing in his life. You're always trying to protect the child from re-victimization. And that's a key thing. This woman is not going to get 40 years. And I'm not suggesting what she did was good. I've prosecuted all sorts of people who molested children all the way down to as young as.
Again, I think it's going to be probably what C-Group said, like 4 to 6 years or something.
2 years old. And given this circumstance, the judge will not send her for 40. She will get 10 or 15. I don't know the judge, but that would be more typical for a one victim child sex offender like this woman.
Even if it's one where she, because I'm sure for
mind you,
people,
and
that's what it's been
she'll
reported
serve
that it's
85% of that time. So if she gets 10 years, she's only looking at maybe 7.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking about 6 is what she'll actually be in there for. You know, then she has a bunch of other stuff that follows her out of there. But I kind of thought about 6. We've seen a lot of these, and that's, you know, that's on the higher end of actually what they get. They usually get 2 years and stuff like that.
like a max of 40 years. And then if the judge goes down to 10.
Now,
40 years would be a guy. A guy will get 40
exactly.
years. Yeah.
Exactly. That's just what I'm about to say.
Yeah. Yep.
And God forbid it'd be a black man. It'd be a black man and a white little girl.
Oh yeah, and he'd be cooked. He'd be barbecued. Yeah.
And what impact could the fact that she was a teacher? You know, she's given this position of power.
Well,
to,
yeah, that's another big
and anybody
factor right
who is
there.
an adult who's
The race or the teacher.
The fact that she's a
power
teacher.
Yeah, she's an authority figure to the kid.
accused of these crimes or convicted of these crimes. I mean, they had a position of power over a child, but I mean, she was an educator. She did it. How does that factor into how some of these cases play out in terms of the sentencing?
Yeah, Chris, I want to be clear. I'm certainly hoping.
Again, if you pay for private school, I would imagine this is a little bit less likely to happen. I'll have some trash like this teaching your kid.
Hoping she gets a longer sentence. I've just observed enough of these over the years, and the judges have as well. I prosecuted a child sex offender a year or two ago who had sex with his girlfriend's young daughter every day over several months, 7 days a week over several months. And he got 32 years, 34 years. I'm just comparing that there are degrees of sex offenders out there, but your point is well taken. Somebody who has sex with an 11-year-old should go to prison, and a teacher who has sex with an 11-year-old should go to prison for even longer. She has a special responsibility to not victimize these children who the parents placed in her care.
Right. And that's the part of it too, where it just seems like it's this facade almost. She's a teacher, and then, you know, there was this play date because she had children in her house.
Wow, she had her own kids too. Wow.
No way.
It's so hard to.
Yeah,
No
she
way.
had her own kids too. That's what I'm pretty sure that's what he just said. Let's go back.
No, she had children at her house.
Somebody who has
her
sex with
kids.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, she probably had a whole bunch of them over there doing all sorts of
an
stuff.
11-year-old should go to prison, and a teacher who has sex with an
Playing naked Twister.
11-year-old should go to prison for even longer. She has a special responsibility to not victimize these children who the parents placed in her care.
Right. And that's the part of it too, where it just seems like it's this facade almost. She's a teacher, and then, you know, there was this play date because she had children in her house. It's so hard to comprehend, especially when it's a teacher or someone like that. And I had great teachers. I mean, I think we all have, but then there's just so many of these cases that come up. In your career, what have you seen as far as trying to understand why some of these people will cross a line and frankly blast right past through a line where they're a teacher and then suddenly they're in a situation like Allie Bardfield is?
Part of it is technology. Evil has always been with us since the fall of mankind. So evil's always been around, but the technology allows that evil to permeate in a way it didn't 50 years ago. So when
What did he just say? This is what I talk about AI and all that. AI is like a lever, but that lever it's going to be used a little bit more for bad than good, in my opinion. It should be a neutral thing where it just gives you leverage. It's going to be used against you. It just will.
I was a kid, or when you were
profit or whatever, it doesn't necessarily have to be straight up evil, but it's it'll be something like this. It'll make your life 20% better, but that other 80% will absolutely cook you, and you'll have no privacy. You're more of a number. It's going to be bad.
Kid, a big moment would be running into your teacher at the grocery store. Like that would be the contact you have. You'd see the teacher in school, and then once in a while you'd see him out in the real world. Now with Snapchat, which she said she was using, and all these other
Snapchat, yeah,
social media devices, and parents who give young children phones and let them take them into the room and close the door, there is a pathway for this evil to take its path towards molesting a child.
root.
And then all you have to do is come up with a reason. Let's have a play date, or I'm going to go drive this child somewhere, or I'm going to invite them over. So technology doesn't cause it, but technology allows it to happen in a way that wasn't true 50 years ago.
Because it stood out to me too in the court documents that we have, where
and let's be honest, Snapchat is for sending nudes that get deleted.
But he said something else. So one of the things that I used to say years ago, I'm talking like over 2 decades ago, was, you give me enough time and proximity and I can even bang Beyonce. Now, I said this back in the Destiny Child day before the whole Jay-Z, but even back then, I knew time and proximity and you can bang almost anyone. And it's also the reason why you see so many backup dancers be, screwing and wiping up, J-Lo, Britney, and stuff like that. And he made a good point that because of all this social media and technology, that it's no longer, you go to school, you come home. Well, now you get to interact with your teachers on Facebook, on Snapchat, on IG. You get to watch videos and clips of them, and vice versa. I'm not really a big fan of people putting their kids out there on social media, even though there are some family channels that I do follow. And I have mixed feelings on that, because part of me tune in because I love seeing that family dynamic. But then again, it's like, but you're putting your kids out there, and that could cause a false sense of familiarity. It's kind of like when you hear these celebrities, and you see them in real life, but you think they're their character, or you follow them so much on social media that you think you know them, or that you get overly familiar with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
Said that she put her phone number up on the wall at school for the 6th graders. And that felt like something of crossing a line. Where it's like I could see her giving her phone number to parents, but then giving.
Yeah, no, it's creepy.
I've never had any of my teachers' phone numbers.
Yeah, it's also very like childish of her. It's like, what are you doing? I don't. It's just, I don't know. I'm glad I don't have kids in a lot of this new world mess. Mm-hmm. You got to be a big time cop. You got to be like a 24/7 cybersecurity cop, watching what your kids have. And guess what? They're kids. They're gonna want to look at stuff they're not supposed to and do things they're not supposed to. So they're gonna be looking at porn on their phone when they're like 12. It's going to happen. It's going whether it's your phone, their kids, their friend's phone. They can look. It will happen. Period.
So when I did the whole step crash dummy thing.
Stepped on dad.
When I did the whole stepped
Daddy
on dad thing. When I did all that, I think we got her a cell phone when she was 10 or 11 or 12, but it was the kind of cell phone where it could only store like 4 phone numbers. It wasn't a smartphone or anything like that. It was literally one of those phones where it only stored like several phone numbers, and the only numbers that phone could call or get calls from
you guys
were those numbers.
Yeah.
And so we did do that. And so I'm a big proponent of that. But this day and age, when I look at back when Now, mind you, the technology wasn't like it was now. But no, we didn't have her on the phone, or in front of the screens, or on a laptop, or on a computer all that time. No, you went outside, you played. We had other kids come over. You can go, yeah, it was just a different world.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It takes much more attention to detail right now. There's more stuff that can go wrong.
Your phone number, and then she's on Snapchat and on TikTok and on all these different apps. That seemed like it was, for a teacher, that was a major crossing of the line.
And by the way, a lot of things like Snapchat, it's actually made for this behavior. I think that's what it's kind of. It's not directly made for this, but it is indirectly made for this. Well, whether we like it or not, it is.
Yeah, I had Snapchat for like a minute, and yeah, a lot of 304s are on Snapchat.
Ton, yeah. If a girl has Snapchat, just lose her. She's a 304.
Oh damn!
I
gotta think about that.
There's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. If a girl's posting on Snapchat, she's a 304 because it's just going to get male attention, and it's just a way to get more validation and stuff. Like it's supposed to be like more for kids, I guess. I don't know. I don't use it. I have used it before, and what did I do? I got 304s on it.
That's playing out right now from the victim's family to the school district. But from a criminal aspect, if, say, a civil suit finds that certain things were not done by the school, they haven't had comment on either the civil or criminal case. But what type of investigation is typically done of a school district after a teacher like this is found guilty to make sure that there isn't some systemic issue within that school district where this could happen more?
Two primary ways of holding schools are accountable. Number one is through the civil lawsuit process, where they're going to have to pay money for if they were found to be negligent. And number two is the regulatory process. Whatever Illinois does to regulate schools like this, that ability to take away their school license exists. Rarely is anybody at a school charged criminally for an act that they did not know about. If this school had policies saying don't do this, if it had training, and now there's some indication she might not have taken the training, but if they had training saying don't do this, that is typically enough to keep a school from being criminally charged. As a prosecutor, I'm not interested in what the school did unless one of those administrators knew and then didn't tell law enforcement. Then I'm very interested.
Exactly. And I'm telling you guys, that happens all the time. Look at all these people in Hollywood. They're like, oh, we knew Harvey was doing stuff and we just didn't say anything. Like everybody knew. A lot of times these women have a very keen social awareness and they're watching this. They're watching the chemistry happen and things escalate. They're watching it. So I guarantee you there's a bunch of women that just didn't say anything. And why am I saying it's the women? Because you go into any, if you're your local town or community or whatever, you go into the elementary school, middle school, probably even high school as well. It's 80% women there doing every position. The only position that's janitor is by like a man is like a janitor, but there's not going to be a male principal. There's probably like a male like gym teacher and maybe somewhere else, and it's probably a zesty guy too, so they let this ride.
In talking to that person and potentially charging that person.
And in your career, when you've had to prosecute sex cases like this with sexual predators, because I think in our mind, when we think of a sexual predator, there's probably a stereotype that comes in of a man mostly doing it. But then in some of these cases with teachers, you see, in her case, she's in her 30s. She's a young woman who's teaching in school. And have you seen a profile? How does the profile vary of the predators in these cases, maybe beyond the stereotype that has been out there for a long time, but when someone thinks of what a sexual predator actually looks like?
Yeah, there's not a profile that's going to help parents.
They look like a teacher with tatted up arms. That's kind of what it looks like.
But you are right that there are instances of we call them good guy predators, people who are otherwise nice and kind to your children, people who were involved in your child's life in a positive way on the one side, maybe showing up at their games and cheering them on or whatever, or giving them a high five when they get a good grade on the way out of the classroom. But on the other side, they're taking advantage and victimizing the child. And so parents just need to protect their children. That means knowing what they're doing, and enforcing this is one of my rules. No adult can be talking to my child without me knowing that topic of conversation. And so this notion that, hey kids, here's my phone number, call me directly, that's inappropriate.
And what is it like for you? And I mean, you having prosecuted one of these cases recently, I think of a plea hearing day where, you know, as a prosecutor, a lot of the work, it feels like it's been done. You were able to get a conviction. She's pleading guilty. She's going to go to jail for years. But what is it emotionally like for you waiting to hear what a judge is going to say as far as what that sentence is going to be?
Every time this has happened to me, I really feel for the victims. I meet with them before the hearing and almost always after the hearing. My heart goes out to them. So many people say to me, Mark, how can you prosecute these cases? They're so difficult. They're so tragic. It's because of the victims. It's because someone needs to stand up for them. And so on the day of sentencing, when I know I've already done my job, I might have already prepared my remarks. Some cases I might be reading the victim statement, or the victim might be reading the victim statement. So I'm certainly interested in what the judge is going to do, but I'm most interested in the victims being comfortable in the courtroom, having their day to say what they want to say, and then getting some small amount of closure.
Knowing that they did have the digital evidence
here's the thing.
of the conversation she had.
But it's more than that. So I want to also hear more about counseling, therapy.
Yeah.
Because the thing about it is,
because this could create him being the same way.
And
too.
I've dated women that have had these kind of things happen to them when they were young.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, it does cause long-term damage. It really does cause long-term damage. It impacts their ability. That's why now
they can never really like trust anyone.
And not only that, but it also causes, like once you turn that switch on, that once you turn that sexuality on, it's very difficult to turn it off. And they often make poor choices and bad decisions. They become promiscuous, low self-esteem, the inability to trust. But yet they still crave that love, affection, and attention. It's just a lot. And and that's why I said, when you steal a child's innocent, you should be under a jail cell.
Yeah. I think that's why they do it, is to take that innocence more than them just being turned on, I guess. Well, A, it's wrong, it's taboo, so they like that. B, it's at their job. God forbid they just did their job, so this makes their work like more interesting, I guess, to show up at it. But it's it's the robbing of innocence. And I think that that's the biggest thing of it. In fact, that's why a lot of these billionaires and stuff and our politicians who went to that island, that's part of what they're doing as well. And I think that I've read about this before, and they say that like it's a parasitic way that you can, like, basically, why do they want to molest these kids when they're younger? Because they have the innocence. So it's a way they can like take that youth with them, I guess. I've read about it. I don't really want to get too much into it, but like, because I was wondering, like, what, like, why are they doing this? And it's because of that.
Statements that she was even making. I mean, she admitted to it to law.
It's basically like they're saying like the body holds the most energy, like right when it's like about to be at puberty. the body, like the human body, like has the most energy in it, basically.
Enforcement eventually, and then you have the nude photographs that were sent through Snapchat. Had this gone to trial, do you need to have the 11-year-old testify, or would there have been a way to get the conviction without having to put the boy on the stand?
Her admission makes a big difference, right? Because if she had not admitted it and said that they had sex, it would be much harder to prove. You would need him. Here's my problem, though. I have seen juries go sideways for the dumbest things. Right. And so they only need one juror. The defense only needs one juror to say not guilty, and the case hangs, and we start all the way over back at square one. And so I worry that one juror sits back there and says, how come we never heard from the kid? Where was that kid? And there's a way to explain it. You know, when you have your victim's advocate on the stand or your investigating officer, you ask them, what's the protocol so you don't re-victimize children? But jurors may want to see that. But I think the larger concern here is that a judge is probably not going to give her 40 years. So the notion of pleading it and then taking off 60 down to 40, she's not going to get 40 years. It kept it well within the range of what the prosecutor would like to get anyway.
And then just lastly, Mark, because we do cover a lot of these stories with teachers who are accused and in cases convicted of sexual misconduct with children.
A lot of teachers, they have main character syndrome. They want it to all be around about them. They want to relive their youth. They want the status of, you know, getting the kid in the class, and you know what I mean, having that in the back of their mind. So teachers are really messed up. And do you think this woman is giving a good education with anything? Absolutely not.
And it would be easy to look at the media reports and say it's just happening more.
Her face started breaking out because of the stress.
Is this something that you feel like you're seeing more of, or is it just a case we're learning about it more?
A little bit of both. We are seeing more of it because technology, as I mentioned before, allows teachers and students to privately talk to one another in what they think is a non-monitored setting. And then the other one is that it probably is happening a little bit more just because the mores of society is do what feels good. And whatever makes you feel good.
Yeah, be a 304.
Love is love, no matter what. That attitude, when taken to its extreme, brings us to situations like this. I'm sure she didn't think she was perpetrating an act of violence. I'm sure she thought it was a very loving encounter. It wasn't. It was molestation. But in her mind, I'm sure she thought she was doing something that was perfectly okay, notwithstanding the fact that she has a degree in criminal justice and the law says it's illegal.
And we had covered this story before. I had not read the part yet that she had a degree in criminal justice, which made this even.
Remember what she said too? She's like, I'm getting my master's degree in something else. And she's like, this is going to mess up my life. What about his life? She didn't care about that at all. She immediately cared about how it's going to affect her shitty career. You're a substitute teacher. You're cooked. But she said, oh, it's going to mess up my life. Yeah,
it's all about her.
Yep.
And we said it many times before. Men are selfless, women are selfish.
Yep. Yeah.
Even more hard to make it more shocking than it already was, but that's definitely part of it. Mark Weaver, it's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for helping break this down for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart.
Yeah, it's she's only going to get about 6 years is what I really believe.
But here's what I don't understand. Why is this still happening? Why are we still hearing these stories? It's kind of like, with the whole,
well, because so I think a little bit of this has always gone on all through time, but it's escalated now with the technology and part of it, the parenting. The parents should have been like, what? Like, I feel like, I don't know. The parents did get involved and did what they could. But oftentimes it's letting their kid have all this technology. And we see things in Australia where they're saying, no, you can't even have this stuff till you're like 16. Mm-hmm. Is that really going to probably stop the problem? No, but it makes it a little bit preventable. But like a lot of this is the parents. And in a lot of these cases, a lot of it's the parents allowing them to be like, oh, like my teacher's my friend and stuff. Like, I never grew up like that. The teacher is like an authority figure. They're like your enemy. They're not your friend. They're like, so there's that, but it's a lackadaisical attitude. Like, it's strange, but it's tech. With the rise in technology, you see the rise in more sexual degeneracy every time. And in fact, the more tech we have, the more that it will become. There's a correlation there where they're always going to be rising together. Why? Because it makes it easier to access pictures, to talk to people, to send videos, there's going to be other apps where it'll be like a new Snapchat. It'll be called Diddler Chat, where you just send a picture, it goes away and stuff like that. There will be stuff like that. So, the teacher, was an authority. You usually would hate your teacher. You're not like them.
And the funny thing about it is, now I know they have, apps where, student, teacher, parent, like school apps. I don't know the names of these, where you can communicate with the teacher, the parents can communicate with the teacher,
Send
stuff
a
like that.
PDF file to them. Oh,
and so, because I know, like with my job, we have VPNs and everything is so monitored. Like if I even send an email, like they monitor our emails and stuff like that. So I don't understand why is it still happening? And you would think that, these teachers that have these tendencies, that they see all this in the news, they see every other week one of these cases are popping up. At what point in time do they say, something, I need to get some help, I need to figure something out? Because it's only a matter of time before I get busted.
I think they actually like the attention of it. So in some cases, she might actually be happy that this happened to her because she's getting a lot of attention. I kind of doubt it too, but I think they like the, remember, part of it is they're at work and they're bored. There's also another thing. So that helps kill the boredom if they're kind of doing something that they shouldn't do. I think that kind of engages them more than because, clearly teaching kids wasn't really their passion. They were, they're not doing a really good job at it. And what happened to the regular teacher? Why is there a substitute teacher doing the job too? There should have been a regular teacher who's already trusted. The substitute teachers are not held kind of to the same standard, I guess, because they're like, well, I'm just in here for a couple weeks, so we don't need to get too serious about anything. It could be like that as well. Let's see this how polyamorous cults work. I don't know who's gonna bang this manatee though.
Brielle Decker. I escaped the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I was trapped there for 8 years. This is how crime works. Warren Jeffs, being the prophet of the FLDS, he had full control. In the public eye, he was one person. In reality, he was a criminal. If Warren Jeffs told somebody to do something, even if it was wrong, they can't really say no. I tried 10 times to escape before I succeeded. I was born and raised in the FLDS faith. I married Warren Jeffs at 18 years old. Arranged marriages were established because they had polygamy in the church. And they said arranged marriages is the way it works because if you go through the prophet, that's the only way to be pure. I believed everything I was told by my parents. I believed everything I was told by Warren Jeffs even. Warren Jeffs became the prophet in September of 2002. He was also the closest one to God on earth, supposedly. That's why they call him.
And he looks like a diddler for sure. You don't become a prophet, you are a prophet. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. I don't know. In my mind, it's not like you just become a prophet. You are born a prophet. It's like in my mind.
The prophet. When I was little, I wasn't really asked what I want to be when I grow up. It was always like, you're going to be a mother in Zion, stuff like that. Like it was just mapped out, this is how it's going to be. Warren just called my father. He told him I was ready to get married. And my father was told to take me on a drive. He didn't know who I was going to marry for sure at that time. It could have been any guy in the church. We get up there and Warren Jeffs asked me, who do you believe God wants you to marry? I didn't dare lie to him. I also didn't dare say no to him in the end when he confirmed that it was him, because I felt like I was groomed. I also felt like I don't feel like I'm in a position to really have a say. But I also didn't know what I was going into. It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff now when I look back on it and being told, which way do you want to jump off? There was really no way to have an easy path. The FLDS women did not really have a say in their marriages. They could refuse, but they were strongly encouraged to say yes, because the punishments, could be pretty steep. I had a sister who went into his family 5 years before. I was afraid. I saw how they treated her. She wasn't really high status in his family, really. To reach into his family from where I stood was supposed to be a huge privilege for me. I did not love Warren Jeffs. I was more in the marriage for God.
Yeah.
Every marriage was separate at the time when I was growing up. Usually the first wife was the only legal one, because that was the only one that could be legal. They had different rooms, and they didn't usually combine all that until Warren Jeffs went to Texas. In Warren Jeffs' house in Texas, they had bunk.
It's interesting. I know it's not the same spelling, but that they call it a prophet. It's kind of interesting term.
Beds in some of the bigger rooms. He had a favorite wife, and he was basically monogamous. He said God would decide if ever you were worthy to be with him. He did not have a rotation cycle. So there was a chance you would never see him. But for me, I didn't really care about that because I wasn't really attracted to him. When he went to Texas, had a guard tower and a gate around it, he started to introduce what he was doing as group sessions.
What do you mean by group sessions? You don't have to go into detail, just...
Yeah. Well, he was having orgies. So yeah.
Whoa.
He was bringing underage brides in the room with adult wives. So it was a very bad situation. I didn't know at the time I married him, he wanted to make me an accomplice. He knew. That part of the story is very hard for me to talk about. The Book of Mormon is one of the main
The Book of Mormon
teachings that define the FLDS. The FLDS Church is a branch off of the mainstream Latter-day Saints Church. The F stands for fundamentalist. In the LDS faith, they interpret the Book of Mormon to have eternal families, and they baptize people in the temples for eternity and stuff. In the FLDS, they believe that everything belongs to God. So they've interpreted the scriptures quite a bit different over the years. And they say that the children belong to the prophet, to God through the prophet. So they actually have paperwork that you sign your children over to the church of the FLDS, which is not legal paperwork, but they don't all know that. In the early 1900s, the LDS and the FLDS split because of polygamy. If you are just in a monogamous marriage, you'll never see God again. You have to have 3 wives to make it into heaven. FLDS do not like LDS. They think they're following the wrong prophet. So they call them apostates. LDS don't really like FLDS either for the same reason. Before Warren Jeffs became the leader, there was 10,000 followers. I believe that he has at least 5,000 today. Being the prophet of the FLDS, he had full control. He had the titles of their houses in this legal trust called the UEP. So the UEP is United Effort Plan. It's like the land in Colorado City and Hilldale. He had control of who lived in the houses because he had the titles. He could decide if he wanted to move somebody, and he had a moving crew that would just show up at your house and say, you're moving today. And he had control of, the food, how much, people were able to because He didn't let the ladies, especially his ladies, leave their houses. So he would have people bring food to us. So like what they brought was what he wanted them to bring, you know? It's like a pyramid in the FLDS. They have the prophet, they have the bishops, they have the fathers, the mothers, children at the bottom. And in Warren Jeff's family, he had a pyramid also, and it had to do with heritage a lot, according to obedience. When I entered the family, I was number 65. I think he only had 49 children altogether. Family to family, it did vary quite a bit. In Warren Jeff's family, we lived off donations, so we didn't really work for money. It was a hard balance when you forget like how hard it is to earn money. And when you have 79 wives, you can only imagine, you know, like for a time there was Wendell Nelson and Merrill Jessup, who were the first presidency. And then the bishops over different areas were like his brother Isaac, his brother Lyle. He had different people over different areas that were bishops, but it varied quite a bit because he struggled with like trusting and feeling like people were going to overpower him someday and become the prophet later. So he would excommunicate bishops and stuff for temporary and sometimes for out of the church. Like he would just like accuse them of crimes and rotate them quite often. There were other reasons also why people were rotated, but that was the main reason, is because of his insecurities. Each person had to prove their loyalty to get into like the higher positions. So if they were first presidency, they were like pretty loyal to Warren Jeffs and had higher standards. Being a wife did not give you any power and control except for like with the community members. Like if you're with, like in my family, they would respect me more while I was part of the FLDS because I was married to Warren Jeffs. Because like I knew more. I went straight to the source to find out information. Also, like another thing was that if you're married to the prophet, that's the highest a woman can go in the church. Doctrine and Covenants is the one, section 132, talks about like polygamy. That was the one that they use.
See how people can just make up this bullshit and people will buy it? It's really amazing.
In the FLDS. The main duties of the wives were like cooking, cleaning, gardening, sewing.
Look, she had a hoe. She's a hoe. Look at this.
Why is they armed with that photo?
Cooking, cleaning, gardening. So
look at this.
Sewing, teaching, school.
And what's she growing? Corn.
That was the one that we used in the FLDS.
Look at it.
The main duties of the wives were like cooking, cleaning, gardening.
She had corn stalks, but these are corn stalks. They're just not tall yet.
Sewing, teaching, school, interacting with the children, like in between school. When I first married Warren Jeffs, he put me on like every chore, like every hour. I'd be on like gardening for an hour, sewing for an hour. Like I was running from job to job. And I was so exhausted by the end of the day. I don't really know why he did that. All the rules were strictly enforced, except for like more mild ones. You had more leeway. Being late was like one of those milder ones, like to the kitchen, to your responsibilities. But if you were late because you slept in, you know, it's going to be one of those ones that stack over time. So at first it won't be that big of a deal. But over like 10 years, you're going to have more offenses. And there's a chance that the punishments will become greater by the end of the day.
Well, the reason why they're going around these type of dudes is because of that. What was the term that rolled to my? It's not hypergamy. I'm fucking up the term.
10 years. Punishments could be psychological as well as physical punishments. Psychological means like you can't grow beyond your state, like into heaven. You will never see God again. If you are never highly promoted in the church, you're going to like get deprived of like physical blessings too. Like your house might be more needy, and then you could move out of it when you fix it up and never have a good house. So physical punishments happen that way too. Challenging the prophet was definite excommunication. from the church, lose your family. It doesn't mean like, execute them, like death necessarily. It could lead to that, but they would never say, like, if you did die in the church, they usually put it in the name of an accident. Members were definitely expected to tattle. If they saw anything, saw somebody out of line, something bothered them, they were encouraged to talk to Warren Jeffs and tell them about it. The people inside do realize they are being controlled, but they also are taught that they have a choice. They can say no at any time, but they don't know how it is to say no without pressure. It's not really agency. It's not really freedom.
And snowboard.
At 8 years old, when you're done.
So, in regards to the comment of Peanut about why they're sticking around, are you thinking like hypergamy, like they were the top dog? Were you thinking?
Yeah, but it was what that Rolo guy was saying.
Assortative maiden or heuristic maiden?
Yes, yeah, one of those where they're saying like they're attracted to like Ted Bundy and all these other people. So he is the top dog. So he has the most status in the community.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that basically pretty much sums it up there too. So they all will like that, and that's why he set himself up that way. So they all kind of need to go up the ladder to get to him.
Yeah, they would rather be one of seven. What we're saying. They rather share the alpha than be saddled to a beta. And so, hey, I'd rather be one of 79, the top G. And I'm being facetious with my language, guys.
Yeah.
But I'd rather be one of 79 to the top G than with his second, third, or fourth in command.
Yeah, exactly.
Baptized. From that point on, God stops atoning for you. It's all up to obedience. If you disobeyed in the FLDS, then you would never make it to the highest degree of glory in the celestial kingdom, which meant you would never see God again. You had to make it to the very top. One of their doctrines is like, you cannot have relationships with pregnant women. And so Warren Jeffs would take men's wives away, saying like, you disobeyed the doctrine, you disobeyed God, and go and have relationships with the same lady, marry her, have relationships with her.
Oops.
While she's pregnant, but he didn't. He was the exception because he's the prophet. The FLDS were not encouraged to interact.
Notice the women were like, "Oh, okay, I'll break the rules to be with the prophet guy. I don't give a shit."
The outside world, they had to like go to the stores at times and stuff, but usually it was the men, in Warren Jeffs' family. When I was a younger child, I did get to go to the stores in Sandy with my mother and father. But like we were encouraged to not interact. So a smile or just a compliment about your hair or something meant a lot to me at that time. Because when I got in crisis later in life, I felt like, those are the people that care, the people on the outside. Even though I was told my whole life they didn't care, but those compliments and those smiles showed me a different story than what I was being told. Mm-hmm. He had a lot of control over which books were recommended to read, which books weren't, and over the years, that's got stricter and stricter. We had to get rid of the televisions when I was like 9 years old. And then we couldn't have internet basically around the time that Warren Jeffs was caught. I think that was a lot to protect the true stories from getting to the people. We did have telephones that would just like go in and try to delete the internet option. We also had radio in the cars, but like we weren't supposed to turn it on, They did have some of the basic like computers and stuff, but like they try not to get on the internet. I lived in about 23 houses during the time frame that I was in Warren Jeffs' family. Well, the main locations at the time was South Dakota, Colorado City, and Texas. I did live in Texas the most because it was where I was supposed to be, according to him. Houses in hiding were mainly set up for people that were struggling in the Holy Lands. So like the compounds. So South Dakota, Colorado City, Texas, they were places that for the most obedient people. The houses in hiding were like in between like Hildale and Colorado City and the Holy Lands. And the main reason I think the purpose was so they wouldn't mix with the people in Hildale and Colorado City. But they couldn't stay in Texas because they were struggling. They didn't want to mix in because then all the information that was happening in Texas and and those would get more out. When you started to struggle, when he saw the first signs of like questioning or anything, he would move you to another location. And most of the time they were told to just pray and work to be able to be sent back to the Holy Lands. For most of the people, their experience in these houses, I believe, was like cooking and, sewing and just praying. But like for me, when I got there, it was a different experience because I just read and became openly rebellious for 2 years. Usually there was like 7 women in a house and then the caretaker and his family. They weren't allowed to leave the house because they wore the dresses and people could identify them. And also they could escape. Like if they're struggling, he's not going to want them going out and about in the stores and all that kind of stuff. If it's a caretaker over a woman, it was a man. If it's a caretaker over children, it's usually a lady. The man would have his own family there and they would guard us. Like we couldn't go outside. They had cameras on us. And there was really no exit route. The more you struggled, the more times you tried to escape and didn't successfully escape, the higher security tightens on you. Even a child, like if a child tries to escape and then has to go back legally, they're probably going to have a harder experience when they get back. I ended up in the houses in hiding because I requested to go there. I wrote to one.
I thought this was going to be, I messed up the word polygamist with polyamory. They are a bit similar, but polyamory, these relationships would be like, 3 guys, 1 wife, or whatever. Those never work, and that's actually what I thought this was going to be.
I think that's polyandry.
Yeah, this is polygamous. Polyamory is the other one. I thought that they are kind of similar in some ways, but this is how Mormons are. Like you can have like 5 wives and stuff.
Yeah, this is more like polygyny.
Yeah,
where one man can have multiple wives.
Yeah,
but here's the thing: what people don't realize is that there are rules around this, and what he's doing is more of a bastardization and to fulfill his own sexual predilections.
Yeah.
So totally different because so you guys know that I've never made no secret that I'm not a one-woman man. And I've always been honest in my relationships with women in regards to that. And so I think that, the way the world is, when you think about it, women are already sharing one man. Women are already sharing men. When you have a situation where you have only less than 20% of men are less. I don't know exactly. I know it's less than 30% of all men are or having all the children.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. So women are already sharing men. We just haven't gotten to the point to where it's now a recognized structure. And there are reasons for that when you look at how marriage, the institution of marriage evolved. But I think that we are going to get to a place in the world where we're going to have no choice but, 2-3 women to a man.
Yeah, I think so too.
Or just right after one of those secret group sessions. I only went into one of those. Like it was basically the introduction to the whole situation. And I wrote to him and I told him I don't really want to, I just need more time. I didn't confront him on his ideas, but I just told him I needed more time. And he bought into my story and let me go to a house in hiding to prepare further. And I became openly rebellious and did not go back until he was caught by the law.
Mm.
Children are raised in the FLDS to be obedient. They believe that by the time they're 3 years old, they should know what obedience is. They're taught, what would Father like? What would Father do in this situation? What would the prophet do in this situation? It's all about the pyramid. Like the girls, you're going to be a mother in Zion. There were so many different trainings. Like he had one on almost every topic of life. What to eat, when to eat, if you can have naps during the day, when to go to bed for the women and when to go to bed for the men. When I was a child, we had at least 4 hours a day of like sermons. And we had it in the morning when we woke up with our father for an hour. We had it at school when we first got there for an hour with Warren and Jess. We had it after lunch, history training for an hour, and then at night before we went to bed. And then at Sundays, of course, were more. Education was mostly homeschool for people in Salt Lake area, the FLDS school. But I believe in like Colorado City and Hilldale, there are a lot of like the other children around, even my age, that went to public school for a time. The schools were always controlled by the church to some level. All the bookwork they had, that was printed off like old books that they had changed the wording and stuff to make it more churchy. It was all controlled by the church in the name of God. So Warren Jeffs required of his followers that they donate $1,000 per month per 18-year-old male in the household. So it came from the followers, and it was even at the expense of their credit. A lot of people, when they leave the FLDS, either have no credit, like what I had, because I was his wife. I didn't work for money. Women were not and are not to this day allowed to work. I think it's to keep them isolated, keep them without resources. I think that was a bad thing because like some of the wives had lived off donations for so long, they had no hesitation to ask for money. And for the community members, it was a lot to donate that much money. Like they would go in and say, can I get LASIK today? And can I get like all white feeling caps? You know, all these different things. It was very strict. The $1,000 a month was very strict. Like it mattered to them.
There's a lot of money
that you
then,
donated that. They had some FLDS businesses also, like machine shops. So they just worked like a regular job and would try any way they could to get the money. That was the priority. Warren Jeff spent it lavishly. Like he spent the money on like himself pretty much. And he even denied his family medical care and stuff so he could have more money. When they caught him, they had evidence of like all these pictures of like he was going to strip clubs, he was getting tons of vehicles and rotating them so that he didn't get caught by the law. He was trying to like trade out his vehicles quite often. He was very like selfish. Like he had tons of money and he was just touring the world with it basically. Nowadays he hides his assets in his members' names. He drained the people of everything and just left it sitting. He was a sociopath. He liked taking away hope and taking away, you know, things slowly. The financial system was part of it to attain his goal, which was to take away their hope antagonizingly and slowly and painfully. Make him isolated, make him lonely. You know, like he just wasn't a good guy. You know, he could have done so many good things with it, but he didn't want to. You would find these people out in the world, like mainly in the construction field, where the 8-year-olds are driving tractors, like, and they're not getting paid. It's called labor trafficking, but like they bid the jobs really low so that because they're not paying labor, and they're able to get more jobs because of that. You know, they're outbidding everyone else. Like you can come across them. Like the women generally aren't out and about, so it's harder to find them because they dress with the prairie dresses in the FLDS. And if they did come to the stores, you would see them, but it's just more rare. People outside of the community, they don't always know. They just know they got a good bid, you know, for their project until like later after they're on the job. Some people don't care. They think they're good workers. They do a good job, you know. These polygamy families don't have marriages because it's not legal in America to be like married to the same guy. So on their paperwork, it looks like they're single. And so they get more food stamps, they get more all of this stuff, government help. This guy was saying that one sister wife will claim the other sister wife's kids and get like daycare support, in-home childcare. They actually get paid to watch their own kids because they're claiming the other sister wife's kids and this one's claiming this sister wife's kids. So then they get paid to watch their own kids.
Yep.
The main compound was Texas Yearning for Zion Ranch when I was married to him. There were like selected people who went to Texas, and that's how he started to break up families and children even leaving without their parents because he was calling them forward. God called them supposedly to this holy land. And if Warren Jeffs told somebody to do something, even if it was wrong, they can't really say no. Like they would they could get kicked out of the church at that point and lose their family and their kids and, you know, everybody. He sent me to a house in Vegas. I didn't really choose that. And eventually I got to where I wrote him a letter and I told him, like, he told us never to talk about the orgy sessions, but I wrote him a letter about like, I don't want to consummate my marriage in front of everyone. And I never had up until this point, which was a year after. I told him I wasn't going to pray until I wanted to. So to ensure that I didn't like go back to Texas before I wanted to, I told him like I was going to read though. I told him I'm not going to pray, but I'm going to read. That was mainly to stop the punishments from like stacking and like happening to me over and over. I never consummated the marriage. So like for me, I went to these houses in hiding, became openly rebellious, and he got caught by the law before I went back to Texas. In mid to late 2000s, investigations began on Warren Jeffs. He was on the 10 most wanted list in America for a while before he was caught. He ran from the law right when he became the prophet. Elisa Wall's case is the one in Utah. Her case was about like underage marriage that he had performed before he became the leader. The Utah case fell through on a technicality for a short time, and he would have been released had not they had gone into Texas compound and found the records and put him in a Texas prison. In 2008, Texas authorities raided the Yearning for Zion Ranch, and hundreds of children were temporarily removed. And that's where like that story about like, you know, where I wrote that letter and flagged the authorities. In Warren Jeffs' version, it helped them find the evidence they needed to go into Texas. His brother, Seth Jeffs, was caught transporting his letters and put on trial for aiding and abetting a fugitive. When that letter got caught by the law and flagged the authorities to go into Texas, he was never going to forgive me. When Warren Jeffs called me, I knew he was angry to a point that I had never seen him angry at me. He talked to me about, did you write a letter? And I confessed, you know, I told him, yeah, because he already knew, like he figured out, you know, because they had a trial and stuff. And so he already knew they had that letter. I didn't know exactly what it meant. I didn't realize I had flagged authorities, you know, on his case. He didn't explain that to me. I was in survival mode from basically the time that letter was caught. Warren just ran from the law. He required more money of his people. He also didn't want to be in Hilldale or Short Creek very much because the law enforcement was watching that area more than the other newer ones that they didn't know where he was. When the Texas raid happened, I was in South Dakota, and then they were telling me the raid was my fault. Warren Jeffs' capture was my fault. They transported us off of the compound because they were afraid of the raid going into Colorado City and South Dakota also. He started sending nurses and stuff to give me the medicine that the doctors prescribed that I didn't even see the doctor for. You know, it was very, very scary because I didn't know if I was even going to wake up. I didn't know what they were giving me. They told me it was for sleep. It was really for mood stabilizer and sleep, but like, it was Seroquel. They had cult doctors, so they had doctors that were sent to college to become doctors. I tried like 10 times to escape before I succeeded. 10 major times. I had little things, but like every time I got a hold of a phone book or, you know, try to figure out where to go, they would see me, you know, so it was very hard to escape. And I believe when I did escape, it wasn't planned very well. I do have a documentary on HBO Max and Discovery Plus called Prisoner of the Prophet. And it goes into like one of the first attempts that I went off. The police actually had me and everything, but they wanted to put me in a shelter next to the compound. You know, like it was too close to the compound for comfort for me. I felt like it wasn't like gonna work. And I didn't know how to explain that. It was my first attempt, so I didn't know how to communicate that. But that was one of the attempts. And it goes into great detail on that attempt. But I ended up going to the Utah compound. So that was good for me because there's a mixture of people there. There's ex-FLDS as well as FLDS. So that's actually ultimately where I did escape from. I have a few experiences where I was like trying to coordinate my escape and they ended up sending me back to Texas for a short time. And there is a picture that was taken in Texas that has like all of his wives, you know, has Warren Jeffs' picture behind me.
Wow, look at this.
I'm in that picture because of one of those times that they just transported me back to Texas. You know, I didn't really have a lot of say in that. And now I have testified against Warren Jeffs in federal prison and been told that it's been confirmed that like my whole experience was trafficking across state lines. I escaped on May 23rd of 2012. It wasn't actually in the building of like Warren Jeff's old house. Like it was in my brother's trailer at the park. I tried to escape that morning and took some main roads and was caught on the roads. The FLDS called and told them that I was running away. So they ended up bringing me back. And then later that day, I was in a room. They had put like, because I had tried to escape, they put like 2 screws in the window pane. So it would hit the screws. And then the doorknob was turned around so I couldn't unlock it on my side.
Wow.
And without the key, which I didn't have a key. So I found some scissors in the room and I unscrewed one side that was really loose. The other side, I just pounded on it until it broke off. And the sister-in-law that was in the house, she came and looked in the window outside. She said, "What are you doing?" And she could hear me pounding on it. She came in and took everything I was using. I just found other stuff. She actually called my brother, but like he was in a meeting, which I believe was God myself, but the true God, but like when I did break off that screw, they had told me to read earlier that day. So I thought if I open any drawers, they're going to know I left. But if I just climb out the window, they may think I laid down to read. They may not know I have both screws undone. So I climbed out the window and I ran through back roads this time, through the creek, got to a house that was specifically ex-FLDS. And the family I ran to by the end of the day drove me out of town to an activist who picked me up and brought me to her personal location because they were just smaller organizations at that time. They didn't have crisis houses. They had like outreaches. So she took me to her personal home in a neighboring town. The next day, the police officers, who were also FLDS at the time, I couldn't even call 911 in Short Creek because it would get the FLDS police force. Ended up finding an organization that had a family in Nashville that would take me in. And they drove me to Colorado to make sure I wasn't intercepted at the airport because they were hunting for me, like my FLDS family was hunting for me. I just felt like, I need more support than what I'm getting because like they were always concerned that I wasn't eating, my mental health was like kind of out of hand because I wasn't in Sparrow Mall. I felt safe. Prior to going to Tennessee, I called the domestic violence shelter in Tennessee and asked them if they would take me on my first case if I needed it. And they said they would. So I ended up like staying there for like 3 months and doing good on some days. Some days I would do bad. It took me about 6 months to have constant clarity. They transported me to another domestic violence shelter that was Christian based. And I stayed there also for 3 months. I had my first Christmas ever in my life in a domestic violence shelter in Tennessee. It was amazing. But like they had a bunch of donations come. I remember being so overwhelmed that I just kept walking out of the room and coming back in. It was interesting. But like I ended up going a few places in Nashville. I ended up in like a mental health Morphus type facility because I had a lot of resources in that area. It usually takes, they say about 10 years before you see significant change in the community, in the way people perceive you. Now I've been out 14 years, so I've seen that shift at 10 years about. My name was Lynette Warner before, and I changed it to Brielle Decker Blanchard and changed my social security number in America. When I got out of the church, it took me a while to figure out like details, banking. I learned that in Nashville, there was some bankers that came into the shelter and gave us some education. And I opened up my first banking account based on that. I remember when I met my husband, I saw the ocean for the first time in my life on our honeymoon in Santa Monica, California. Just stuff like that is so special to me because like I didn't think I'd ever get to. Like when I saw the Statue of Liberty for the first time in my life, it was so special to me because like, I'm a woman in America, that finally gets to experience freedom, and that's what the Statue of Liberty represents, is freedom. My middle name is Liberté, which is French for liberty. When the men leave, they have more skills. They usually have, they've been working for years, and they also get higher paying jobs. But the women, when they leave, they don't know how to survive out here as well. It's just, they might know how to sew. And they don't get paid very much. It's harder to learn how to thrive. By changing my social, my all of that. But they didn't change my SSI in the same month. They qualified me for SSI, but like when they changed my Social Security, he still is leading the FLDS from prison. I do not think the church ended when Warren Jeffs went to prison. He is the prophet of the FLDS church until he dies. So that's how their doctrine is. God would kill the leader before he'd allow him to lead the people astray. He's in prison for life and 20 years for a reason, but he still is leading the FLDS from prison. I think it'd be worse if he hadn't have been arrested. I believe him being alive in prison has helped a lot more people wake up than just starting over with a new leader immediately with his execution. The FLDS is usually linked to Warren Jeffs, but there are possibility that they could call themselves FLDS without being Warren Jeffs their prophet, because it's just a branch off the LDS church. So they have doctrines that they highlight in their over the pulpit even that are dangerous for children, especially like underage brides. They have doctrines in their faith about racism. The Mormons, I mean, like the LDS, Latter-day Saints people have.
This is a whole world I knew nothing really about. And I think most of this is a little more out west, because I've never seen shit like this here. So we'll go a little bit further and then I'm going to call it a night.
Handicapped more easily. And then underage brides is also like, you know, trapping the children into a cycle where they have children. You know, it's illegal to do that, but like, you know, they have children when they get old enough to realize they're kind of trapped in a cycle. They have to feed their kids and also like escape somehow with their kids. You know, like it's a way bigger job when they have children at 13. You know what I mean? So it's definitely illegal. So there are reasons why it's illegal too, because we want to protect instead of like take away people's freedom based on what our country's made for, you know, freedom, you know what I mean? Freedom of religion, especially, you know, like we have to watch those lines, why they're there, and, you know, keep it safe, this country safe. Polygamy in general in Utah is an infraction now, where everywhere else in America, it's a felony. I don't think it's going to end. Like, I think there's just going to be more polygamy groups over time.
Wow. Wow. That was pretty crazy. So, thanks for being here tonight, guys. Subscribe if you haven't yet. We'll I'll do like 1 or 2 more shows this week. Feel free to message me on Discord and stuff to send me anything. Well, look who shows up right when I'm about to quit.
Did someone say Mormons?
Yeah.
Hey, Snowboard, do they have Mormons where you are?
No, they don't. That's why I was looking into it. No,
I grew up around Mormons.
It seems more like West Coast thing.
So Washington State has a whole bunch of Mormons, a whole bunch. And one thing that I can say about Mormons, they are really nice and pleasant people.
Yeah.
Right. Like I had Mormon neighbors, and they have a shitload of kids. So like the people who lived across from me, the dad, like they had 12 kids, 13 kids, and the oldest 4 were all sons, and the one guy, Jared, he was a little slow, and then Carrie, the oldest daughter, was a little slow, but they were like nice people. But the dad and his sons, so he had a construction business, and him and his sons, they made really good money. They were kind of like the Amish, where they would just go out and build homes, and like they had a contracting business. But I just remember, like, you know, this is the 90s. They had the house that was across the street, but they had done a big add-on, so they had all their kids. And he had one of those 90s Land Cruisers. That was the very first one of those I ever saw. The wife drove this 4Runner. It was like a brand new one. That was really, really cool. And he had one of the very first C5 Vets. He had like a 98 Vet. It was really cool. But the wife used to Tokyo drift the 4Runner through the neighborhood, and there was this like Subaru, you know, the old Subaru wagons, the Loyals, you know, that was sitting on the side of the road. She bashed into the wagon and destroyed the Forerunner, right? And then his Corvette, his son was like, "Dad, let me drive it. Dad, let me drive it. Dad, let me drive it. Dad, let me drive it." And the oldest son's name was Guy. And sure enough, he was going around a turn and rolled that thing into some trees and caught fire.
Oh my God.
Anyways, my point is, they were really, really, really nice people. And then I had friends in high school where they were really, 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 really nice. Like they were kind of weirdly nice, kind of like Stepford Wives, kind of weird nice.
I've seen that. They're like, we love family game night. We love it. We're so goddamn happy. And you're
but
maybe you are.
No, but it's not fake though. Like they're honestly like they don't drink caffeine. They don't drink alcohol. Like all the ones that were at my high school were just like, let's have it up, cookies and milk. You know what I'm saying? That's how they were. So like I have no problem with Mormons. I did when I was like, oh, I'm a hardcore atheist and you Mormons are stupid. Yeah, I do think the whole like black people are cursed thing that their religion used to say, but still does. And
wait, they say black people?
Yeah. So the LDS Church didn't get tax exempt status until the mid 80s because they wouldn't let black people be Mormons because they believe that the whole Cain and Abel thing that we were cursed with black skin to be evil.
Yeah.
So because they discriminated, they weren't allowed. And then also the whole polygamy thing. That's why what's his name? Mitt Romney. His family is from Mexico. Like he was born here, but there's a whole bunch of Mormons who fled the United States to go to Mexico so that they can keep marrying multiple wives. So we have to go down the whole Mormon rabbit hole one day because there's Mormon.
I knew nothing about it. It's definitely more of a West Coast thing.
Yeah,
there's none of it here,
and Canada too. Like there's a whole bunch of polygamous. Can you put polygamous Mormon in Canada? Hold on, polygamous Mormon.
Because I made a mistake.
Canada.
I mistaked what I was looking at for polygamy and polyamory. They're actually different, and I thought that's what I was going to be watching was that. But the whole Mormonism is actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, what happens is like there's a whole bunch of Mormons in Canada, and they all live. They have all these kids, and then they like live on the off the government. They live off welfare. So they're like in British Columbia, Alberta, they're up there, and they like have these compounds and these communes, and they basically live their fundamentalist LDS lifestyle. And they're like up in Canada and stuff. Yeah, you can find this, and they've been doing this, and every now and then the government will kind of like raid them, or whatever. But like they've been doing this forever. But the whole concept of Mormonism, right? Like the whole thing.
The Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
He said, I know a little bit about it, but not as much as I just saw.
So he was a con man, right? Like he had done like this thing where he would say
emerald tablets and stuff.
Yeah. Where he went out in the woods and he found these tablets that only he could read and that were written in modern English or whatever. And that he was basically what the Muslims say Muhammad was, right? Like he had the newest revelation of from God, right? And then people just believed in it. It's crazy. Like here's the thing about Mormonism that makes it one of the least believable is we have Joseph Smith's ID, his criminal record, and his social security now. Remember, Mormonism's not that old. It's one of the youngest religions there is. This is like 170 years old because he was in like the 1800s. Hold on. So like we know for a fact that he was a con artist. You know what I'm saying? Like
for sure. Well, that's the thing I find so interesting about it is like it clearly seems like
mid 1800s. Yeah. And once again, what's the first thing that these religious leaders do? They take the women themselves, right? You know, because why wouldn't they? And then the whole you can be a god of your own earth. Guys, there's a South Park episode about Mormonism. It's like dum 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 dum. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
That's the story of Mormonism. Like they're just they literally go step by step by step by step. Then he went into the woods, dum 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 dum, right? You know what I mean? And so what happened with Mormonism was in the late 80s and the 90s, they really went all in on like the Pacific Islanders. They went in on the Vietnamese and like Vietnam. They went into Africa, so South America. When these kids go on mission trips, they go all over, but like they really got a hold in these poor areas. So that's why you actually start seeing Mormons of different colors and stuff. But like for the most part in Washington State, Oregon, Utah, there's still the white people. But if you can check out Mormons and the opioid problem.
Really?
Because Mormons don't drink alcohol, they don't smoke cigarettes, but per their Mormons,
opiates are okay.
But you know why, right?
Poppy seeds and stuff.
No, because it's from a doctor. So they don't consider it as like a drug.
Yeah,
you know
like a street drug. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's how a lot of people. What is it called? They justify
self-medicate.
They justify being junkie. Matter of fact, look, there's community Christian ministries and then Mormon Stories podcast, episode 801. So like, there's hundreds of episodes of Mormon addicts. Damn, look at this.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it's huge.
You never hear about that. I've never really heard. The only Mormon I knew of was like Mitt Romney. Basically, was
check the private chat really fast. Here, check this out. This is a good quick thing on the Yeah.
Illicit drug trade is undergoing a seismic shift, with Utah right in the middle. The deadly impact of opioids. They're running an ongoing series about this modern-day plague. And here to discuss their latest stories, reporter Chad Nielsen and assistant editor Jesse Hyde. Thanks both for being here. Chad, the headline reads, How Pain Pills Took a Mormon Mom to the Depths of Opioid Addiction and Back Again.
Look at that.
My first question is, how did you first hear about Whitney Morrell's story? And more importantly, how did you convince her to share it with you?
Well, I guess sometimes you get lucky. She's actually spoken a couple of times before, I think, to a police academy and a high school.
Different community groups and things like that, and you heard it. So when you approached her, was she open to the idea?
She was. I think she finds that it helps her she's been through something that's a very difficult experience and something she does not want to relive. Talking about it is hard, but it keeps it in the past.
The article points
because she's taking copioids. Oh,
in 2007, Utah led
but
the
that's
nation
what you always say about corporations, Snowboard, right? Like these corporations are the biggest drug dealers on earth, just like the cops are the biggest gang in the city, right? Like, guys, the corporations were gonna find a way to make a market in Utah. They were going to find a way in Montana. They're going to find a way. They will find a way to do it. You don't think that they have psychologists and psychiatrists and stuff that they're like saying, oh, well, this is the Mormon community and they believe in this and we can structure that. Or this is the woke LDHD TV or whatever. Like they have people, they pay millions of dollars to like get this in. Yeah.
I had no idea about this.
Painkillers were something that suburban moms were taking. And her case is a case in point, really.
Absolutely.
Describe it a little bit.
Well, she had an accident. She broke her back
right.
and was prescribed OxyContin and fentanyl patches.
There you go.
It was very normal. She had surgery. She was under a doctor's care. And over time, it just kind of spiraled for her.
Shooting up that
It's a
shit.
case of being so much and so frequently that starts with an injury.
Hey, he's an oxymoron. Oh,
Legitimate use, and yet in this same article, it points out that often moms were going to the Rio Grande block. It was a known area where they could get their medicines once their prescriptions ran out. Once the legal medications,
it's their medicine.
Their medicines, yeah. Yep.
A doctor in a white coat who is a scientist who knows way more than me. He gave it to me, so it's fine.
ran out, and so we're seeing that area that causes us so much problems now. Problem now was even an issue then.
Yeah, and one of our goals here was, so many people
Look at that 304, Zebra 304
by that area, and it's easy to think that you don't have anything in common with people like that.
Right.
And so with Whitney's story, we really hope to put a face on this and help readers understand, this could be your mother, your sister, your daughter, and hopefully increase kind of some empathy and compassion.
Because it takes away that feeling that, oh, this isn't me. This doesn't, this doesn't affect me. I think we're seeing now with the opioid epidemic, everyone knows somebody or has a family member or something that faces this fear of opioid abuse or in some kind of involvement that way.
Yeah, there's definitely increased awareness around the dangers of prescription pain pills, where I think maybe 10 years ago, there was this assumption, my doctor's prescribing this, so it can't be bad. Now you're seeing a lot of people say, they go to the dentist and they
now we're saying the doctor's prescribing it. It is bad.
I don't want
that they're getting
more than a few pain pills.
kickbacks.
They're getting kickbacks. Yeah.
Yep.
The Sackler family that also owned a lot of it, they actually started buying a lot of like ski resorts and stuff like that. So they basically have like in the ski and snowboard type world, there's a company called like Vail that's from Vail, Colorado. They're like there's like Vail and one other one, but they're basically like the BlackRock of ski places. They own like everything. There's only like a couple ski places that are just like privately owned because they just buy everything.
So yeah, I do think hopefully we're turning the tide.
When Whitney was at her lowest point, what did it finally take for her to say, I need help or I can't do this?
Well, she said that over and over.
She was
and
giving
over.
$5 bee jibbers on friggin' MLK Avenue. Oh!
It's a story of trying to stop using something that was filling a need for her. And I think that's
filling the needle for her.
Maybe one of the fundamental misconceptions is that drugs are all about a party or getting high and having a good time. And for her, it became, how do I get well? Because I'm sick if I don't get this drug.
I'm in pain. I can't live with the pain. It's often, again, it's become a common narrative.
But Snowboard, really fast, like, this is what people don't understand. Have you seen Trainspotting?
No, not yet.
Well, Trainspotting, he says what people don't understand is when he talks about she's shooting up, he's like, is a pleasure of it. He goes, people think, he goes, they do this crap because it feels good. He goes, they're not stupid. Well, they're not that stupid. Yeah, but the thing is, people just don't do this just cause. Like people do drugs and drink because it feels. Yeah, thank you.
It works. Yeah,
that's the number one thing. And if you can snowboard, go back and watch Intervention Canada, where they talk about Canada, right? And the junkies there. This one girl, she's this white girl, and she's like a literal crackhead, right? So she's all over the place. And her mom is like, why do you keep doing this? And she's like, so you know what, Mom? Because I love it. How about that? I love it. It feels good. I love it. I love it more than anything. I love it more than you. It's like, God damn, that's that's the realest thing I've ever heard you say.
Yeah, no, some people gotta own it, and that's kind of what we were talking about today. We actually were talking about I think if they start to legalize prostitution in more places, it's actually more honest for everyone involved. It's kind of less lying, cheating, and stuff. Everything's more above board. It's better for men. It's better for men because we're, instead of like taking a girl out on 3 dates and getting fleeced for that and stuff, you can just get the result of what you want. And it just saves you so much time and energy.
Yeah.
But it would be better for the women because now you're going to get a guy won't simp as much because he knows he can go get for $400. He can get a really hot chick and do stuff with her and get it out of his system.
That DV rates went down in Australia. We all know Australia is the DV capital. Like I think at one point Australia had DV rates that were as high as the Middle East.
Holy crap!
It was back in the 80s. I don't know, dude. But
holy crap!
Hey, snowboard off topic here. I know with that we talked about the land of the small hats, but there was a Black conservative perspective. He covered this Black chick that was trying to run for like Congress in Philadelphia, and she was like doing her speech, and this guy's like, why don't you talk about the genocide? Because like she's trying to like not get involved in that. And of course she tried to give like a political answer, and now like all the Democrats are coming for her and saying she doesn't support Gaza and all this other crap, right? I actually think that that's the best, like the most positive thing for the land of the small hats is that they're dividing the Democrats.
Yeah, no,
you know what I
is,
mean?
yeah.
Like as much as I can say, oh, we give them all this money, blah blah blah. Like
They're gonna say like, are you gonna take the blood oath? Basically,
but yeah. What I'm saying is there's gonna be a permanent divide, and it's so crazy that you would think that they would put that aside to go after the Orange Man or go after JD Vance, because there's still people who are protesting Kamala Harris's book signings. She's like, I lost the election. Why are you here?
Yeah.
So they take Gaza more seriously than Orange Man.
Yeah, it's very strange, and it goes back to colleges because like as far back as I can remember, I can always see people saying "Free Palestine" with like signs and stuff. And I was always kind of like, why do you really care about it? But I think a lot of it just comes from college indoctrination, because it's always someone college educated who will care about it.
It's so like a 60-plus-year-old propaganda campaign.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because guys, in that conflict, there are no good guys.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we should be staying out of it. And there are people who are walking around that place that's supposed to be an open air prison, and the guys, there's shops, hotels, and guys driving Lambos. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's misinformation on both sides. But
yeah,
you would think that with what they're saying about ICE and all this other stuff, that there still wouldn't be this infighting, this tribalism on the left that's never going to go away. The people who care about the whole Gaza thing, they're so about it, like they can't see past.
Well, it's a purity
else.
Test. It's a purity test for them.
Yes.
If you don't do it, then you're now somehow no longer virtuous, which is funny because 80% of them pretty much agree on a lot of the same things.
Yeah,
but they can't all come together because they're so like bitchy, catty with each other, that it's like you got to virtue signal so much that they'll never really organize. So it's actually kind of a good thing because it's just making them eat each other alive. You know what I mean? Like no one is going to be. You can never say all the correct things on the left because it's always going to piss someone else off. And I guess on the right, it's a little easier to bring people together. But over there, they're going like nuts with it.
Yeah.
What are the takeaways that each of you have after working on this story for the better part of this year? It really has been a long process for you.
Absolutely. Chad? Well, you know, we, like Jesse said,
it's maybe polygamy. Geez, I can't even say the word polygamy. Jesus.
Polygamy?
Polygamy. Yeah. Maybe that is something that has something to it.
Well, you remember that in the Old Testament they allowed polygamy because there was widows and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So, and that's why Islam and early Christianity and Judaism have that in common, right? Because they just couldn't have women just out there like unprotected by themselves, right? So if you could support a woman, an extra wife, or if your wife was barren and you wanted more children, guess what? You just take on another wife.
I kind of like it.
We think about heroin as something that somebody else does, or an addiction is something that happens to somebody else. But the only thing that they all have in common is that they have some sort of trauma or experience in their life that left them vulnerable to needing something to kill the pain.
Okay. What was your takeaway, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy for all of us to think that's not my problem. This couldn't happen to me. My takeaway in doing all these stories has been that it could happen to any of us. We need to increase awareness. And I think, you know, whether we're parents or it's a friend or a brother, whatever, is just to be more aware of the signs of addiction and that there are ways to help.
Okay, great. Well, wonderful reporting. Thank you both for sharing some insights, and they can see the full articles in the series in the Deseret News. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know.
They are.
I had no idea that Addicted Utah's new drug. Yeah,
Yeah,
I had no
there's-
clue about that.
Yeah, there's tons of stories. But look at the Mormons, like I said, that are in Mexico. Look at the Mormons in Canada, right?
Yeah,
Because they're all.
I did know that they would go to Mexico to do some of the marriages. I did
No,
know
they
that.
they live there though. Like there's Mexicans, there's Mormons in Mexico that are actually fighting the cartels. They have like guns and like you aren't coming out here.
Wow,
fighting. But it looks like what's that show that's popular? The
Narco or something?
No. What's the show with Kevin Costner?
Oh, Yellowstone.
Yeah. It's like, get off my property. Yeah, there's like
Yeah.
all these stories: gun-toting Mormons versus the cartel. Yeah. You can actually go. A lot of these are like Vice Media. Vice did a whole lot of stories.
I
Don't look at
remember
Vice.
seeing those a couple years ago.
Yeah.
That's when Vice was good. Vice was
Yeah,
really
but-
good for a while, but they got
Yeah.
too like woke.
Here you go. This is 9 members of American Mormon family killed in Mexico ambush. This is 6 years ago. Yeah. So this is not a
Holy
joke.
crap.
They've been at it for a long time. You know, the Mormons are not giving up their property. They're not. So
Wow, and the cartels, they are not giving up either. 'Cause
Yeah.
They're crazy. That's
Yeah.
that's nuts.
Yeah. So cool. All right, you guys.
Yeah,
But yeah. I was just trying to see how you felt about like. I actually think that's the best thing about the land of the small hats. That's like the only like obvious positive.
Yeah. It is dividing a lot of people, but sometimes that's good because you got to be like, you know, are you going to draw your line in the sand and like what?
But what I'm saying
literally.
is like, it's like they're you always let your enemy tear each other to shreds, and then you just take out who's left.
Yeah.
And they're so focused on something that's going on thousands of miles away that's like you're gonna. I really think that they will.
They have more of a passion about that than their next door
than they
neighbor.
do the Orange Man. Like
yeah,
someone who's supposed to be on their side that says that they support the small hat land is more of an enemy to them than Orange Man is.
Yeah.
Anyone who fails that purity test, they think is the enemy more than it's crazy. Really,
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
it is. You know. So
No, it's nuts.
Hey,
No.
let them fight. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say. I don't care.
never interrupt your enemy when they're defeating themselves.
Guys, put something on Snowboards Cash App and hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys. Appreciate
Yep.
you. Bye, guys.
Yeah, I'm out, guys. It's a little bit past midnight. Thanks so much for being here. We got a lot of good numbers in tonight, so we'll do another show coming up soon. And you know, I want you guys to feel free to put stuff in the comments that I can look up and everything, because I don't. When I go to do these shows, I don't really have an agenda. But I think we covered a lot on the prostitution front and learned a few things. But I think they should just start doing it. A prostitute respects your time more than a non-304. They really
And
do.
Just remember, hoes need love too.
Yeah. They need love. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Thanks for having me, Snowboard. You
Yeah,
take it
thanks.
easy, brother.
Yeah, it's a privilege. Thanks.